Bam, oh bam. There we go. Fix that music a little bit. That way we have a little bit of something to listen to. But it's not overbearing. You know what I mean? Y'all know what I mean? Welcome. Got my Berserk shirt on today. Saw Alien Romulus today. It was pretty rad. It's pretty good. It was by the director of Don't Breathe, which I saw, and the wife and I really like that movie, but the ending is kind of weird. Same thing for Alien Romulus. You can tell it is a, I think Fede Alvarez movie, because they almost have the same ending. So, but it's cool. Whenever the film, I'm not gonna spoil anything, but like, as soon as the film starts, it starts with silence, and I dig it. Like you can hear the like 1970s computers turn on, and then like nice humming of like beep boop boop boop, like I was in it. I was like, all right, this is very Alien, Blade Runner, old school technology stuff, and I was like, yeah, I'm in, and yeah, it was good. I liked it a lot. Oh yeah, no, don't worry, guys. I'm a easy touch. My bedside manner is pretty good when it comes to critiquing, because critiquing. So yeah, let's talk about what tonight is. Tonight is the often requested and very anticipated stream to where we look at the community's artwork. So the rules were, whether it was on Patreon or on Discord, you could submit some artwork, and basically I would collect it all, and we would do a big feedback thing, kind of a showcase of all of the amazing talent we have on the Discord server and on the Patreon. And just kind of look it over and try to make these images, if there was something kind of maybe nagging you, or while you're making them and you're like, I don't know how to solve this problem, that's what I'm here for. So we're going to take a look at it. We're just going to look at all the cool art, but then we're also going to do some critiques, maybe a little bit of paint over. I am definitely going to show a lot of tips and tricks, and hopefully this will be things that you guys can remember quickly and easily, because it's going to help solve some of these issues and some of the problems. Here's the thing, I say problems, but part of my, I don't know, not disclaimer, but like prelude thing, my announcement before the thing, is as an art instructor, and I've had private mentors and stuff like that, and I've taught classes and professional development stuff and all that stuff. So whenever I go in to teach a course, I always think of it as, I'm not here to kind of show you the way I do things. I'm here to show you hopefully a way that you can think about the problem solving and solve it yourself. Like, I am going to show some solutions to things. Like if it's a value thing or color or something, I can be like, okay, here's how I would approach it, but here's why I would approach it like that. And I try to explain the thought process behind it, because really the thing is, whenever you get into maybe an art slump, or you kind of have essentially a painter and illustrator's version of writer's block, is you're just up against a problem you've never been up against before. And that can be daunting. It's almost the same as like blank canvas syndrome. Like, I don't know what to make, and the canvas is empty, and if I start something, I'm gonna mess it up. And it's because you're unsure that you can solve the problem. So I usually think with things like this, it's more important to talk about how to solve the problem. The solution is whatever. It's almost secondary. In fact, it is secondary. I think being in a situation where you don't know what to do, and then solving the problem to get yourself out of it, is more valuable than like, here are the 3 buttons to click on your painting program. Like, sure, you can do that. Yeah, there's going to be kind of easy tips and tricks that we go over, but I really want to kind of hammer it home that this is just the way I would think about solving the problem. But that's also why whenever I requested, hey guys, drop your art in, I also said, tell me specifically and show me specifically, what do you want help with? What are you running into? Like, we all have that happen. It's very much whenever you're in creative mode, whenever you're like putting stuff down on the canvas, it is way different than editing mode. Editing mode is something, it's a whole different part of your brain. Like, genuinely it is. It's your analytical problem solving part of your brain. So whenever you're in the weeds of like putting paint on canvas and trying to fix your own shapes and stuff, it's very hard to also be in the editing mind frame. I can't. I have to separate them. That's why I kind of like talk while I'm painting on stream, is I'm trying to bridge the gap. I'm trying to be creative and analytical at the same time. But normally I just have to like shut up my analytical side and just make something. You can't edit something that's not there. So you need something up there first. And that's why it's really powerful to like sleep on it, you know, maybe go for a walk, have dinner or whatever, and then come back with like quote unquote fresh eyes, and you're going to see things that you can. So basically this is, I'm jumping in at that second part. Let's say you've already worked a few hours. You've worked anywhere between like, I think there's a few on here that are like a 1 hour sketch. Some of them are like 6 or 7 hours in. Some of them are even more than that. And we all kind of run into these obstacles and these roadblocks. So I'm hopefully going to use this time to show you quick ways to kind of like shake yourself out of the rut and move forward. So we have 11 pieces that we're going to be looking at. I am going to keep this stream to about 2 hours. It might go a little bit over, but I think that should be enough time. We're going to give maybe not equal time to all of them, because what you're going to see is we're actually going to be jumping back and forth between stuff, because something that could help this composition can also help these two compositions. Like, you're going to see that there's a lot of trends, and I do them too, but there's a lot of things that fixing 2 or 3 things can help a vast majority of artists get past a certain block. So that's that's what we're going to do. All right. So let me catch up on this. Never an art teacher. Yeah, some art teachers are very much, this is the correct way to do things. This is the right way to do it. Art's subjective. It always will be. Beauty's in the eye of the beholder, stuff like that. And that's the other thing, is if I say something on this stream and you're looking at it and you think I'm completely off the mark, that's fine. That's totally fine. I would like to think that I'm coming at it from a place of like, I've been here before and here's what helped me kind of get past certain obstacles. But really, lived experience is the best way to get through this stuff. So like being in the position of not knowing what to do and then getting your way out of it. That's the skill that we're going to be learning. All right. So let's kick it over. Right over. Let's see. Boom. You're out of your mind, Wes. Good Lord. Call the insane asylum. Have them come with the wagon and completely take you out of here. Okay, so I have this set up. So the way we're going to do this, I'm going to go kind of in order, and this was the order that I was sent the items, and also I have any narration that we might have here about where the artist was coming from and what their goals are and things like that. So it's hopefully supposed to set the stage for where the critique is going to come from, but also where some of these pieces of advice are going to come from. Because everyone has different goals. Some people just want to make cool stuff for themselves. They want to relax on the weekends. They want to relax after a hard day of work. They just want to get some stuff out of their imagination on a piece of paper and feel like, okay, something's happening. Other people want a job in the business. They want a job in tabletop role-playing games or Magic the Gathering or Star Wars or whatever. So the advice is going to be slightly different, because one is about making yourself happy and the other one is going to be about making a client happy. And there's a way to find both for the same thing, but odds are on the client side, I'd rather my client be happy than me be happy, to be completely honest. I can have personal projects to make me happy, you know what I'm saying? But like, in order to pay the bills, I want my art director to give me a nice pat on the head for a job well done. So that's kind of where I'm going to come at it from, okay? So yeah, we have 11 pieces, all super cool, super fun to look at. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to get each one and then copy and paste it into Photoshop. That way, whenever we do some of the stuff, we can show it, all that. And then I'm going to see if, as long as my computer doesn't bark at me, I'm going to try to save some of these as like PSD files or something. And that way I can throw them back up on the Discord. That way people can have access to any of the paintovers or whatever. So we can do that. It's the ball brass. Oh my god. So here's what we're gonna do. Let's do it like this. All right. Let's start over here with, of course, Sherry. Ha ha. Bobbity boopa. We got here, right here. Copy. New from clipboard. Booyaka. Booyaka. Cool. We've been good, man. Things have been real good. We're busy. But yeah, we're just hanging in there. I'm doing my late night streams now that the family's asleep, so the chicken night. Oh yeah. Looking cool. Looking good. Okay, so I'm gonna move my microphone over here. Sorry for the loud thud if the bass coming to it, you know, makes it feel a little weird. Okay, there we go. There we go. Just a gorgeous forehead. Look at that. Just glistening in the purple rave lighting that I have in the background. All right. So let's open up. Where is it? Okay, cool. So it's funny. The thing about Sherry's piece is she kind of already figured this out. She figured it out in Discord about DPI settings and like texture and stuff like that. But what I wanted to do is actually talk about texture in general for this. Okay, so for the Q&A stream, some form of impressionist because of my texture. I would really like to know where I fit in the digital art world. I don't see many artists use texture a lot like I prefer to, so I fear I'm not wanted in the art industry based on this. My goal is to make a card for Magic the Gathering someday. Brushstrokes change their look in Rebel if you upscale the resolution, so how would I tighten things up without losing the look of the brushstrokes and without losing the texture? All my brushes are 100% custom, which is super brave. Good on you. I work in Rebel 6 primarily. I have 7, doesn't quite feel right. It's very slidey, uncontrollable with blurry texture output. I currently use around 6,000 pixels. What is the minimum or maximum resolution that would be acceptable to somebody scouting for art talent? I always find that the standard of 2,000 pixels is not nearly enough to have tiny details, especially in faces. I currently continuously upscale from a small resolution using fractal settings. Should I just start on a massive canvas? But then the issue arises of Rebel changing the strokes to look per resolution. So yeah, a lot of technical like resolution stuff. So let me tell you about my experience. Art directors, whenever they look at your portfolio, spend roughly 4 seconds looking at a picture. They will know the second they open your portfolio if you're the right fit or not. They just know it. A lot of it comes from, I'm going to say style, but I don't know if style is the right word. So it sounds how it sounds, but I would actually say, especially now with AI crap going on, put up your lower resolution copies of your images. So you don't need the only thing that's going to happen if you're putting up 6,000, 9,000 pixel, all this other stuff, it's just going to get stolen. It's going to get stolen and you're going to see your art on some weird Etsy pillow. Because if you're putting up maximum fidelity images, people will steal the hell out of it. And they will put it, they'll just put it on stuff. They'll sell it on, their Temu shop or whatever. So actually it's in your best interest to put lower resolution images online. because that way if someone wants to make a print out of it, it looks like garbage. You know what I mean? Like, that way they're not making money off your thing. So literally when I work, you'll notice the only place I put up high definition stuff like 4K or above is my Patreon. Because I know if someone's spending money, they're more serious about like respecting the craft of it rather than, oh, I'm going to put my 4K plus images on ArtStation or, you know, DeviantArt or whatever. It would always get stolen. Always, always, always. So I would say less fidelity in your online stuff. That's also why people use Nightshade, they use Glaze, they use all that stuff. But if you're putting up high resolution images, you're just wasting bandwidth, in my opinion. And it's wasting time because it takes longer to upload that stuff. So my personal opinion is keep those images small. I mean, you can even put up, like, there are heavy hitter Magic the Gathering, Dungeons and Dragons, like art directors. Their portfolios, their images are like 800 by 600 images. Because you're just going to know. You're going to look at it and be like, I don't care how small that is. I can tell that thing's awesome. Like, you know what I mean? But that's why they do it. Because they know their stuff's about to get jacked for whatever. So they put up the lowest resolution they possibly can while it still looks somewhat okay. Like, save it as a JPEG. Get those pixels smushed together. Like, I don't think I've ever gotten any job in art because the stuff I had on my portfolio was like print quality. Because when you're working for a client, they're going to request print quality anyway. They're going to give you a template. They're going to be like, hey, we need a 600 DPI image, 10,000 by 8,000. It's going to fit this format. It has a 2-inch bleed. We need, like, they're going to give you, hell, they might send you the PSD file and say, stay within the blue lines. Here you go. Okay, great. Thank you. And then you work. But no, as a portfolio, keep them little. Super high result. Upload is honestly, nowadays, the highest I work is 4K. 3840 by 2160. I might up the resolution, I might up the resolution to like 300 or 400 DPI. But pixel-wise, I don't go very big. Because I can always use Rebel, upscale it times 4, not lose a lot of quality. You know what I mean? Even with like impasto brushstrokes and stuff. I never really go above 4K. There's no real reason to. Hell, in fact, all of my Varia art is 4K at, I think, 150 DPI. And that's the final. That's my final turn-in size. And it works great because it's printed to be an inch by whatever. You know what I mean? So, like, no, working super high resolution, the only thing that's going to cause to happen, in my opinion, because it happens to me, you're going to be so zoomed in on your picture. The picture as a whole is going to suffer because you're so worried about being uptight and trying to get like a perfect eyelash that nobody's going to pay attention to. And it's going to be hogging your system like crazy. So the brushes won't respond well. The undo, you'll only have like 3 undos until your computer crashes. It's way more hassle than it's worth. Especially with stuff like Rebel having an upscaler. Like, no, give yourself leeway. Give yourself some wiggle room. You can always make your canvas bigger. You know. So if you start it, hell, the stuff I do on stream and I put like online and stuff, I think the highest I go is 1080. I do just full HD 1080p, you know. So that's some of that. I would just say, just to protect yourself, work smaller. It protects you from your computer going crazy. It protects you from being too zoomed in on the image. It protects you from theft. It just protects you overall. So another thing I want to talk about is, let's see. Okay. So it's funny talking about working for Magic, and also you touched on something really profound, I think, without even realizing you did. Brushstrokes change their look in Rebel if you upscale the resolution. So how would I tighten things up without losing the look of the strokes and without losing the texture? Those things, to me, are not related. However, tightening up your brushwork, but also keeping it loose with texture, is what I live for. That's what I go after. All right. And the secret to that, the number one secret, and it's also the thing that's going to get you the job at Magic, is contrast. So contrast, a lot of people, a lot of times when you say contrast, they think of light versus dark. But contrast means any difference anywhere. It could be a difference of size. It could be a difference of shape. It could be a difference of color. It could be a difference of value. Or it could be a difference of texture. So the secret to having good texture in your paintings is not using a bunch of texture. All right? The secret to good texture in your paintings is using little bits of profound texture right where you want people to look. Because then they're going to fill in the gaps. Wow, look how beautiful and well detailed and textured this painting is. Even though you've only textured maybe 20 or 30%. You know? So, perfect example. Let's bring this in. So I love this. I love the chicken nights. I love this idea. It's like, you know, the old game Joust, where it's like they're on like an ostrich or something, and they're like, I love it. I dig it. I dig this idea. I think it's a rad concept. I love it. Your shapes are also very good because I can tell exactly what I'm looking at. You know what I mean? Like, I think I like it almost looks like fire breathing, which it might be. I think it is, but that's just rad. I think that's awesome. The night's looking cool. Nice sheen on the eyes. Reminds me of like the bing, like the anime, like haha, my trap card, and like the anime glow. Like, I dig it. I would say the reason why the texture is not jumping out is because a lot of it is using the same brush texture. So people actually gave me kind of a middling review. I think it was either on my 2023 brush pack or my 2022 brush pack, because they said there were too many brushes. There were like 70 brushes. But the reason why is I wanted to get myself an out. I wanted to have so many thick paintbrush strokes. But also, in order to have that, you have to have some soft, chalky, blurry, you have to. So, perfect example. And with it's cool because if we look at your values, you have you absolutely nail it. You nail the idea of, let me come over here and then go, where on it? Those like beautiful like lost edges and stuff like, and see what I mean? You can see a little bit of that texture right there. Totally gotcha, right? But what I would think, we're going to copy merge this. What I would think would be really effective, because what's our focal point? Like what's the point we want people to look at? We definitely want people to look at the night in the birds, right? Everything else doesn't matter, really. I mean, think of whenever you're reading a book, how many words can you read at the same time? Like one, maybe two, but the rest are blurred out. Literally do the same thing on your art. Literally do it. Because if we come over here and I grab a soft round or an airbrush, and I'm actually just going to use your exact same values because I think the values work. Let's go ahead and let's get rid of texture here. Let's get rid of it here. Let's just completely get rid of it. So I want to show you something. Especially around there, yes. So around the silhouette, I'm going to go ahead and blur this out. All right, I'm just a soft round brush, nothing crazy. I wonder if you can already see what's happening. The moment you get rid of the detail, the other detail that remains sticks out more. It's better. It looks better because there's contrast. So we're going to come in, we're going to completely do this. But now, look at this. This is gone. But now look at how much this pops. Because not only is it a value contrast, but you have a texture contrast. Right? So you can even do that, and I know in a future stream we're going to talk about materials, But that's actually why material studies are important, because you're dealing with a contrast of texture. You're dealing with that. So like, perfect example, the material for the feathers is not the same as the material for the claws. It's just not how it works, right? You know what I mean? So what if we were to come in here, let me just get a normal paintbrush. It doesn't even matter what the paintbrush is. It can be a hard round brush. But I do like something with a little bit of like dappled edges. But if we just come here and kind of bring this in, same exact values, I'm just going to color pick. Let's get rid of that. And I mean, this is going to be really kind of haphazard, but hopefully you kind of see where this is going. Bring that, bring that shape in. Then we even have kind of the highlight getting hit right here, right? And then I'll just take an artistic liberty, go here. Let's do some of those. Let's do those little contour lines. Yeah, those actually need to come this way. Just to kind of show that shape. But once again, this is kind of with a hard round brush. You know what I mean? Which also still counts as a texture, right? So now you have something that's a little more smooth, a little more quote unquote rendered here that feeds in. Let me see if I have a bristle brush somewhere. Kinda, sorta, maybe. Let's do, I know who has a bristle brush. Let me get my good friend Daniel Ibanez. He has all kinds of bristle brushes. Brush head maybe right here. Well, actually, let me brushy brush, flat curve, flat blunt tip. Let's use that one and kind of see what happens. Okay, yeah, so something a little like this, right? So we have that. I know the wispy texture. So actually, I need to find more of a, I bet, oh, Lane Brown. Let's see what you got, bud. I mean, I could take this into Rebel and just really figure it out, but where are we at? Where are we at? Where are we at? Just something where the bristle head is separated a little bit. Okay, yeah, something like that. It's not quite the same brush, but it's going to allow us to get this sort of look that we want, right? The nice kind of wispy look. Same thing here. So once again, same thing here. Now we're going to talk about this contrast. So because we want to have that cool feathered bristle brush look right here, right? We do not want it right behind where it is. We want it to stand out. So I'm going to come back here and literally flatten this out. Because that's going to sell this much more. Because we'll be able to see it. We'll be able to really appreciate the new texture. Because it's up against something that it can like play against, right? Because if everything's textured, then nothing is textured. You have to have that difference of, you know, that contrast, because that's going to allow it. Let me come back over here. That's going to allow it to really pop and really kind of sing. And you've already established the kind of the feathers and that texture coming off by this. So the rooster or the other chicken already has its time to shine. so to speak, as far as like texture is concerned. You can get away with it not being there. Does that make sense? So this is, I know you mentioned about the impressionist stuff. This is absolutely an impressionist method of painting. 100%. I would say you're very much in that lane, which is great because I am too. Because you want to give the impression of detail. Don't be an artist that I see this happen a lot, and you can be, and like I always say, I'm not anyone's mama, but so you can do whatever you want. But don't be the artist that's so worried about the detail of a fingernail that the picture becomes secondary. If anything, you don't need to paint fingernail. Like, you don't need, that's a thing that's not needed at all. Unless the job is, hey, you're going to be hired to draw somebody's fingernail because we're going to put painting stuff on it. Then make it as detailed as you can. But otherwise, if it's like a guard here, will it be a better painting because his fingernails are rendered? No. Like, it doesn't matter. So it really just depends on what you're going after. So here, you know, you have your texture and stuff like that, but you can really, you have this great highlight. I noticed this too. You have this great highlight right here. If you use that to separate your night, and you can even come in, because I love that look of kind of the bling gold, like glow. So if I turn that off, and I want to make sure I got it right. So like, once again, we had that same kind of textured brush here. If we come in and actually soften that up a little bit, or like, kind of same thing here. So see, and I'm still using one of my painter brushes, which still has a little bit of sponginess to it. Like if I were to come over here and lightly, like, you see how it has that sort of, I don't know, sponginess, chalkiness, but it's not dry. It's like a wet chalk or something. Like, that's why I like brushes like this, because it does the hard part for me. Do you know what I mean? Like, it does the texturing for me. And I'm not so worried about it. I just know then I can really, yeah, grit. It's like, it does it for me. So then I can just worry about values. Texture's handled, but now I can worry about values. So we'll like, come over here. Let me kind of get rid of that. But here, and then here, we have something like this, something like that. And then with that fireball, really embrace it. You can really embrace that fireball. Boom. You know, you have something like this. It almost looks like I have my Final Fantasy VII meteor. That's kind of what I'm thinking about right now, doing this. But you have something like this, and then you can even really hit it with a highlight and go pure white. Boom. Blend that in a little bit. You can really expand on it. But it's part of that texture thing, because now since you have this contrast of these colors and stuff, and the values, and the brush strokes, people want to look more at your image. They're like, oh, look at that. Oh, is that a fireball? Oh, look at that. Look at, like, I love the idea. The idea is genius. I think it's cool. It reminds me, like I said, it reminds me of Joust. It's just awesome. Like, what is the lore behind, why are these chicken fighters a thing? Like, I want to know. So you'll have to make some big elaborate lore for me. But that type of thing. So then, and just to prove this, I'm going to copy your original deal and use it as a color overlay layer. Okay. So if I come over here, I'm going to duplicate the layer, because this is how I just normally work all the time, really. And then if I come over here and just do color, you see how now it's starting to like pop a little more? Because you're adding in that contrast and the brush strokes. Do you see what I mean? Now, especially with the color, you can tell. So see how they kind of like go wispy into, they kind of fade. This is a Frank Frazetta trick, by the way. They sort of fade away, but it brings you in. It brings you into the piece. So you have these nice places to rest. And then as you like get welcomed into the image, now you see the textures, you know. And then of course, since I did that, I would actually come in, let me grab this, let me grab that color, and I would expand this up using the same color, you know, definitely using the same color, but hopefully you can kind of see, it's not exactly right, but hopefully you see a little something. So you can do that across the whole deal, and now see how much like that texture stands out over this, the form of the other animal. And the same thing here for like the little claws. That might even be a little too much. So if I come here and I grab this color and kind of like bring it, temper it back in, kind of to where they were, you know, kind of bring that in. We can maybe hit it with a little bit more saturation just because it's in the light a little bit, you know, but really it's just my values off on that one, on that front one. But the same thing, do you know what I mean? Like using that push and pull, the same way you would push and pull your lights, do that with your texture as well. Because anything closer to your focal point, and then you can really get buck wild with it, you know what I mean? And then after a while you can like around your focal point, if you want your night to be the focal point, this is where you can grab whatever like little brush that you want to do, and you come in and let's do normal. That one's good. That one's good. Okay. You can really kind of come in, change a few of the textures, but you give yourself a little more wiggle room, and like you use those lights to sort of bring this out. But you have your highest point of contrast, you know. Let's do like a, it's just night stuff. I don't know. We're just kind of freeballing it right now, but this is where you can really get away with spending all of your time coming in and like rendering these details. And then maybe even get that one, bring that up, boom, boom. Then you come with like a special effect, soft round brush. We have that same color. We're gonna do, let's do a color dodge. We really want to sell that glow idea. You know what I mean? Something like that. So now even from back here, you can see the night's eyes like, poof. So there's like little things you can do, right? There's these little tiny, and like even if we want that fireball to really pop, we just go like boom. There it is. You know what I mean? He's breathing fire now. He's like a hot chicken wing. Yeah. So I would say really the thing about texture is less is more in regards to the less often you use a texture, the more interesting it's going to look in your composition. Because the human eye will look at contrast. We look at bright, shiny things, or we look at something that doesn't quite fit. It's like, where's Waldo? The reason why sometimes it's so hard to see him is he looks like every other character in that book. That's where the challenge is. Like he's drawn the same way. He's not like a bright, you know, wearing these bright colors and everyone else isn't. Like, so that's how they make it kind of tricky, is everything is kind of the same. Has the same detail, the same rendering. That's why it's hard to kind of find them. But if you give yourself a little bit of that Where's Waldo on places that are not your focal point, you can kind of smudge the edges, you can kind of blend in stuff, use the same texture brush. But then on the parts you really want people to look at, that's when you flip the script on them. You give them something unexpected. So they're going to dig in and they're going to be like, oh, wait, what's that? Like, even if you give, and that's the secret to getting an art director to notice you. If you give them even a second glimpse, like if they're scrolling and they see something and something catches their eye and they're like, wait, what is that? And they come back to it, you're already ahead of 85% of the other people they're looking at. I promise you. I promise, because it happened to me. So keep that in mind. Just a little bit of texture goes a long way. And you can use as many textures as you want. Just know, just like colors, it's usually more effective when it's a little more subdued, and then you like do a reach. Like, so if we kind of around here, we kind of kept everything subdued, but now we hit that glow on those eyes. That's our reach. Like, then let me bring in some real brights for a second. Now you notice those eyes. Those eyes are looking sinister. It's one of the first things you notice. You know what I mean? So really find the thing you like, whether it's color or texture or value, and stay within kind of a realm, and then do your reach out in one direction and see where that takes you. And plus, it's way easier to like go back if you quote unquote make a mistake. You have a home base, and then as you reach out from that home base, that's where the money is. That's where you're gonna find some stuff to really looking gimmicky, because people used to talk crap about people use texture. Well, and sometimes really on a digital art program, all of these brushes are stamps. It's just the algorithm of how many times they repeat. And I'm definitely one. There's certain programs that just feel stampy to me. Like Corel Painter feels stampy. It feels like I'm using the same image and going blip, 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 and doing like repeats of it. But not every time is that gonna be the case. Hopefully not every time it'll be the case, because you get another program, it works better for you in the way you hold your brush and all that. That's why I always say just try a ton of stuff. You never know what's going to hit. But yes, so if it is the same texture, it will look stampy, almost guaranteed. But that's why there's power in having a soft brush, a hard brush, a square brush. Like, brushes don't really matter as much, because you can kind of do everything with a hard round brush. If you had infinite, it's like a monkey in a typewriter. Lock them in a room, give them 8 million years. One day they will probably write Shakespeare. But you can do it way more effective by doing something else, you know. So yeah, you can make every painting ever with a hard round brush, but why would you? Get yourself some good texture brushes. Get yourself, like, make your brushes like you have been doing. I mean, hell, I'm a brush maker. You know, that's how I make some of my income. So I sell brush packs every year. So I get it. There is merit, and there is a good reason to want to do that. But just know at the end of the day, what the art director is going to see, they don't care about what brush you use. They don't care about really a lot of stuff. They just care if it's good and if they can use it to make money. That's it. That's an art director's job. Hey, can this person do the job in a quick enough time frame that we can get this thing delivered and make some money? Yes or no? That's all it is. There's no real artistic intent. There's no, the message they're portraying. Some jobs are like that. But really, it's more like, can they do the thing? You're a hitman. Like, can you do this job? We have this job. Do you have the skills necessary? Yes or no? Yes. Great. We'll see you on Tuesday. That's how it goes. It's very kind of cut and dry, and it deals with the skills instead of the intent, because they're going to find the person that they want. They're going to find the style that they like. So do your thing, and you're going to reach that audience, but just know it comes down to skills. You know what I mean? You're a hired gun. You really are. I mean, you're a mercenary, and you're going from job to job. You're like a Ronin. You're a samurai with no tribe. Like, just go, you know, like, do your thing. You got great skills, like, do your stuff. And that's where the energy comes from, is you find your voice, you find out what really resonates with you, and then you push that as much as possible. But hopefully that was a little insightful, but overall, like I said, I love this idea. I love the knight. He's even got his joust tool right here. Look at that. He's jousting, man. He's going for it. I bet he wins. This little guy, he looks too kind. He doesn't need to be in this fight. You know what I mean? He doesn't want to fight. He's a lover, not a fighter. All right. So, everybody, round of applause for Sherry for sharing her art. I know some people in chat were talking about how they were nervous about this. It is very brave to put your work out in front of people, especially to get feedback and, like, quote unquote critiques and stuff on. So, well done. Well done. Absolute rock star. Sherry is doing incredible, making her own brushes, making me look like a slouch. Well done. So, let's go over. I have too many tabs. So well done. And all right, next up, the Capitan. Here we go. Here we go. I thought I saw him in here. Thought I saw him in here earlier doing some dope looking stuff. Let's see this. Boom. Some nice looks right here. I don't know why it brought in the black. Anyway. And we'll work with it, sure. Sure. All right. Let's do... Nope. I need to get my tabs under control. Okay. So. This is only half finished, and I'm having trouble on finishing the piece to begin with. To start with, I'm having trouble with contrast, most apparent on the parts that aren't finished. And I'm having trouble getting a glowing effect. I can export the mostly unfinished part as well, but I need to export it in the image first. So that's fine. I think I know kind of what you're going for. I think you said there's like an explosion in the back, and that's what's causing the insane, like, lighting. Like the really blown out supernova, sunshine, boom, like explosion, right? So let me come in here. Okay. So overall, I think this is super great because I went in and I was like, man, those lines look real good. Like already, I mean, in like zooming out, that just looks like a lithograph. What are they called? The ones where it's like the actual cell panel of an animation. Like this could be that for sure. You kidding me? And here's what makes this one a little trickier. For me, at least. This is very much Akira Toriyama. I mean, I can tell exactly what it is. On lines, I can tell. Well, it's for real. I can tell because the line weight is actually really good. Yeah, and I mean, even these little bits, right? Let me come up here. Let me come on top here. Do that. Okay. So, like here, stuff like this is really cool. And like these shapes right here, like I love this line, these contour lines that are going for the actual, the scouter. Yeah. Didn't have a ref for it. Let's take a look. So with this, oh dang, yeah. That's really good. Well, and you did the great thing of where the scouter's green is interacting with the purple a little bit, you know. So that you're here, I will just clarify a few things. Did you want the glow on the scanner or the scouter? Because I know you said there's a like a backlit, like the explosion's happening behind, so it would be like dang it, let me do this. What do I want to do? Let me filter. I'm going to modify this edge. Because I don't want to butcher the let me expand this by 5. Is that what I wanted? No, that is not what I wanted. Because I know I can do a color range, but it's doing the same thing we do here. Because it brought in the black for some reason. Which I don't know why. But let me do this. So it's not going to be the best in the world, but here's just kind of what we're doing, all right? It's not super clean, but we can clean it up. We're doing it live, so. Okay. Okay, cool. So I know I got rid of some of the black lines, right? But let's do this. Got carried away with the coloring a bit. Oh, got carried away with. I gotcha. Okay. Gotcha. Cause see, I think this looks good. Is the thing. Like, I know we're our own worst critics or whatever, but like, I think this looks pretty rad. So let me do this. We'll do this. This will help us kind of be able to take a gander at this. Okay. Something like this, so that way it's not black. Okay. Actually, we'll do it like that then. Right? Here we go. So let's say the light's coming from here, okay, because we can see the established deal. Okay, cool. So what I'm going to try to do, I'm going to try this. So this is not an Akira Toriyama thing, because there is cell shading. Like, literally, that is a technique. But, back to me on that. Oh, sure. Yeah, if you want to hit up the Discord and I can open it. But what we can try, let me try something real quick. Wait, really? Terran Fiddler just did? Just subscribed on YouTube. Terran Fiddler is a freaking genius. Are you kidding me right now? Dude, his rendering is unbelievable. Is that true? Alright, be real. Who's joking with me right now? Yes, so let me post up my website. So yeah, all my brushes are there. It should have been I think it truncated the link, but here's what we're gonna do. So I'm gonna come in, and like I said, I know cell shading is a thing, but I'm gonna try this real quick. I just want to see how this looks. I'm gonna keep the keep that one a hard. Really, if it's on skin, I want to keep it kind of a soft deal. Because anytime I think of like form for like musculature, I think of it being a soft transition because it is skin. Really any of the, I can have it right here. If you want to do it on like art share, that's fine too. Because yeah, I'm just trying to think of like what I would. I don't really think there's much I would. I mean, this is looking great to me. I guess maybe a little bit of like. To soften this out just a little bit. So this should open clip real quick. Ah, gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. I mean, I think this looks pretty rad. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I think the glow's looking good. So I will say something about with glow. It is very easy to make stuff look like a lightsaber. Okay. So this is an older version of this is an older version. This is CS6. Out of all the Firefly and AI crap, I unsubbed Adobe, so we're using the old school stuff, my old graphic design version of a. So let's see. But with glows, they can very much look like lightsaber stuff. So you see how that glow kind of ends right here? That's sort of the lightsaber effect. And the best way I have found to make some sort of like light glow is, so those are cool. Gotcha, okay. So let's see here. A normal layer. Okay. Let me try something real quick. And we'll just stay in clip. That way we can see it as it's meant to be seen with the rest of the composition. I am going to hide this. I'm going to make a new layer. Okay, so you did a good thing. Okay, so it's easy to take an airbrush and stuff and like just go over. But I will say, yes, go over your lines. Go over the lines. Whenever you're dealing with bright hits of like saturation, even with like comic panel art, line art, blast it enough that it's like breaking the fourth wall. It breaks that outline, which is what you've done, and that it looks great. Okay. What I want to try, let me come here. I'm gonna hide that. Let me get. Do I have a good soft round brush? I might not have one in clip yet. I don't know. All my clip stuff is a. So we have that. I'm gonna do the old Ross Tran color dodge trick. So I'm gonna use the same color. Actually, I might even make it more saturated because the math of color dodge, the more saturation, the better the effect I've found. Because what it does is it blows out the highlights, and then it gets the saturation, the chroma intensity around the highlight to be very vibrant. Okay. So we come over here and we hit right here. Yeah, and see mine's doing kind of the same thing. Really, this works well with like an airbrush. And this is not really an airbrush. How do I want to do this? Because now I can see how you were getting that effect. The kind of the. Yeah. Yeah, that's what makes it so tricky. So here's what we'll do. If you don't mind me, I'm gonna come in here. I'll say this. We're gonna do a little cheatsy weetsy right here. That's a technical term. Bam. Now we got it in Photoshop. Okay. think if I get my airbrush out, let me pick the max intensity. If I get my airbrush out and I do color dodge, you can also do like linear light, but I'm going to get an airbrush, like an honest to goodness airbrush. Yeah, it's a little softer around the extension. So you want something that fades off. And like if we were to have the green or something, I know this isn't part of it, but like, you know what I mean? Just little hits of this stuff. You'll see, I think what also makes it hard is you can't get brighter than pure white. So in order for this effect to really, really work, I get just pure white and then come back over. Oh yeah, something like this. So where you're really kind of like losing some of the detail of the actual artwork, it's gonna give that sensation of like, holy crap, that's bright. You know what I mean? And you come around here and you come around your edges. So basically this is seeping into your silhouette, which is what you want. If you want it to really read as like blindingly like, whoa, that's probably the best way to do it. Get yourself as much of an airbrush that has no seams as possible. You can get a little bit of your color there, right? Especially where the effect is actually that color. And I know I'm kind of like going overboard here, but hopefully that, you know, if we go from that to that, it really like, it makes it way dramatic because it's like, oh man, the light is so bright, it literally broke the line art. You know what I mean? But otherwise, and then, I mean, like I said, I think it looks great. I think what you got just really, it works. I mean, no notes, really. The only thing I could see is if you're really trying to push that style, what I would do is alter your line weights. So this is a thing I'm currently practicing and also like struggling with because I'm trying to make it make sense in my brain. Line weight can almost be used the same way as texture. So if you want something to not be as important, it can be a really thin line, but still exist. While if something is heavier, so if something is like armor, you can have thicker line art. Does that make sense? Like this is perfect. That's why I really wanted to like point out earlier and circle these in red. I think that works great because look at how much thicker these lines are than these. And I would argue my thing would be, let me get in here and I'll try my hand at this. Trust me, I do not under any circumstances want to mess too much with what you have because I think it works. I think it looks great. Let me get the rough sketcher. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna come over here with I'm gonna kind of get rid of these lines right here. Okay. Because I'm gonna bring them back in. I'm gonna bring them back in. And like I said, this could completely go against what Toriana's going for. So let's also do like, if we make these lines a little thicker, and there's actually a deal in Clip Studio where you can just go and like make lines thicker. And then you can also like do these thicker right here because this is armor. So it's supposed to be a little bit different in density and like structural integrity than an arm, like the anatomy of an arm. So you can really drive this point home that there's a lot of power in this by just making those lines a little... Oh, this is... Okay, cool. So this is Dragon Ball FighterZ. Cool. So yes, and especially for that, they actually had some weird design, or not weird, more of a design constraint because they needed to get cell shading and look like cell shading from a manga or an anime from any angle because it's all 3D. Arc System Works are geniuses. I love Guilty Gear. I think they did like BlazBlue. They did stuff like that. So they have this really great rendering engine, but that can also make it kind of tricky to look at because the things that are going to solve problems for the video game may not work as well, like removing it from that. Yes, so right, because the camera is in a certain position, you're allowed to like stretch and, but what do they call it, stretch and squeeze or whatever for animation. But in 3D, it's funny, if you look at real-time strategy games, because they have an isometric view that kind of goes up, like top down, character models look weird if you look at them normally. But whenever you turn them to be top down, they look great. Because they're made to be viewed isometrically. So it's the same thing. So I would say the only thing I can think of really is just line weight. But that's just the thing that like I suck at line weight. So like I can't really show you a good example. It's hard. It's really difficult. Yeah, I wish I had better like advice. The only other thing, it's a small technical deal, but like just make sure that your let me grab my stuff here. Actually, let me grab this brush because I like using it. Okay. Make sure that the line art is closed. What I mean by that is there's no gaps. I'm actually dealing with this right now on a piece I'm working on. That. Basically, you'll come in, and yeah, these little tiny areas where you have some of the anti-aliasing, where it's not showing up there, if you just come in and kind of clean that up, it doesn't seem like it would do a whole lot. But if you do this across the entire piece and then zoom out, you're going to be like, whoa, it makes a huge difference. Kind of get rid of some of the greeblies there. Maybe, oh, put that in, put that in. That in. Right, so really kind of embrace. It's just a matter of the cleanup phase. And I know a lot, like David Finch is somebody I follow online on his YouTube and stuff. He spends hours just doing cleanup phases. Like he'll bring in his work or something and he'll just do this for an hour, 2 hours, in fact. He'll just come up and make sure every little bit is exactly kind of the way. That needs to be pure black right there. All right. But that's really the only like technical advice. Colored on a layer under. Well, I mean like the anti-aliasing of the line art on top, because see how you'll, even if we get nitty gritty into the pixels, you see how like this is happening, this, you'll want to get rid of those. Do you see what I mean? How you can, that's it. Then yeah, like this one, these, and you'll just match them up. Yeah, like here, there's just little, you know what I mean? And there's like little deals here and there. So that's the anti-aliasing. Even if you use a fill bucket, there's going to be some feathering that happens around the edges of whatever shape that you're doing. Even if you have that option disabled, it's still going to happen. And I found that out in a variety of painting programs. The only one I've seen that doesn't do it is called Aesprite, Aesprite, I think, because it's literally just made to work on pixels and not anything else. Like no gradients, no blends, no filters, nothing. It's just pixel art, baby. So that one's real sharp. But yeah, and like we come here and like little bridges right here. You see that? But like I said, just little things. But that's really it, man. I mean, like I said, no real notes. Just stuff to kind of keep in mind. It's going to be the thing that like pushes it to the next level of finesse. So when people look at it, they're like, oh my God, like, you know what I mean? People are coming in and they're saying that this looks just like Toriyama stuff, because it does. It looks great. This is a great study. Amazing study. I mean, the lighting is correct, you know what I mean? So it's all gravy. It's all good. And then, yeah, like I said, I was just trying this out just to kind of see how it looked. I think the cell shading works better, but I was like, okay, if it's a muscle, what if I come in and I sort of like form these out? This is the painter in me, right? I want to come in here and I want to do this to kind of form out these muscles, right? To make them look a little more, but this is just me goofing off. Doesn't even, in fact, this can actually probably kill the illusion that you're going for. But just with the skin, you know, you can do it just with the skin, and then you can keep the look for the actual metal, keep it really, really sharp. So yeah, you see that? It's a cool, like, it's a little bit. So yeah, I mean, I dig how that looks a little. But this is really personal preference. It depends on the finish that you're going for. There is absolutely merit to keeping it exactly how it was. It's just with this, you can also, it can kind of also sell the light hit, because now it's wrapping around forms. You know? So, yeah, overall, I mean, pretty stellar work, my friend. You should be very happy with how it's coming so far, and I can see a little preview of things to come down here. Oh, yes. Yes, indeedy. Cool. So, we have that. Cool. Like I said, this is just stylistic choice stuff. I mean, you got it. You're nailing the stuff where it's important. And, just, it takes time. Just time. Just grind it out. Grind it out. So, big, huge, massive round of applause for the Capitan. Great work. Great work, my friends. All right. Moving on over. We got Cody. Cody. I am going to look more at all of these, by the way, after. Got a little jump scare. So Cody, working on there's some Nissa right there. The original right here. Cool. Cody says, QA critique stream, my goal is to work on tabletop role-playing game freelance stuff. Ideally, I'd like to work for Magic, but I realize Magic may be well above me right now. Really, I'd just like tabletop role-playing game, fantasy, anything to get my foot in the door and start working. That's the goal anyway. The Nissa painting is done, but the Sphinx isn't, but it's close. Excuse me, I was intending to use these as portfolio pieces. I don't have a portfolio at all right now. Excuse me, I don't know why I'm burping. Well, I do know why, because I have G Fuel, and stuff makes me burp because I'm the oldest man alive. I don't have a portfolio at all right now. These are the first 2 steps to building one. All right. So, good news is these are definitely portfolio ready. Just go ahead and throw them up right now. Put them on there. Build the portfolio, start with these. Perfect, right? So you want to get into the freelance stuff. That is my bread and butter. So if I were an art director, the only thing that I would see that might need a little bit of a punch is, ironically, the values. And I know what you're thinking. I know you're like, wait, you got highlights right here and you got the darks and you have the separation, the silhouette's good. Silhouette's good here. Great, like, look of stuff. You got the candles, you got the beautiful ornate imagery right here. So what do you need? What do you mean? Like, what do you mean? So let me show you. We'll do it with the Nissa one, because I actually do think, the Nissa one is done more so than the Sphinx. I think there's way more to do, not because, oh, you're so far off or something, but like there's so much more stuff happening in the Sphinx one. You have draped cloth, you have skin, you have feathers, you have candles. These are lighting nightmares. When I see it, I see work. I'm like, oh man. It's a thing we do. It's a thing artists love to do. We love to do the hard stuff first. I do it too. I always do it. I need to like knock myself out of it. But we're gonna look at the Nissa one. We'll look at both of these. Okay. So here's what I mean. Value check. New. Okay. Edit. Paste. Value check. Value check. Yeah. We're doing a value check. Yeah. Cool. So, this actually ties into Sherry's piece. Okay. This is very much rendered with all the same, maybe 2 or 3 brushes, which is fine. All right, what's up, Cody? Yeah, man. So we are looking here. So really, I would say, kind of how I said, push the contrast a little bit. We can do that. But also, I would say your instincts are correct. However, be a little more confident in how you're approaching them, because I think that's going to be the thing that really gives you an aha moment. Like, you're literally, legitimately where I was in like 2019. Okay, one brush for the whole painting. Okay, so let's just worry about that real quick. First off, I love the separation of the values. I do. We could probably come in and do a brightness contrast. We can up the brightness a little bit. Actually, let's keep it down to where it was. It's just up a little bit from where it was, but the contrast, there we go. Cool. Okay. So, just a little tweak, right? You just kind of blew out a little more of the highlights, right? Gave a little more depth, okay? Now, select all, copy, merge, paste. So when I say your instinct is correct, this should be your foreground most thing. Also, I would argue this should be out of focus. So get yourself a nice soft brush. And it kind of already is. Right? Kind of already is. So you're really going to utilize kind of the depth of field that this gives you. I'm going to extend that out a little bit just to kind of prove the point. Let's extend out this depth of field. Okay. I do love the fact that you controlled the lighting to where your lights here are not going over the darks and all that stuff. Like, the lights here are not lighter than the lights in your midtones. Anywhere where that's starting to happen, you can actually kind of loosen those down. So I'm just doing this with the kind of the softer airbrush. So your instinct is right. I'm just going to kind of push it a little more, okay? Because the ideas are absolutely valid, and I know exactly why you made the decisions you did. Yeah, so that's the push and pull is kind of what differentiates. You know what I mean? Like, also, something that I did notice whenever I put all these up, I think you have the right compositional idea here. I would just reverse this. So do you see how these background, like the brushes, the brush of the leaves are going towards her head, and they kind of like wrap around her head? I would do it the other way. I would do it to where this is where your stuff is. And keep all around her head. Essentially free from any sort of foliage, or at least put it further away. So if we come over here, we do this. We can kind of do this. So we can sort of bring this in, right? And I'll come back and blur that in a minute. But really give her... I always think of it as the holy silhouette. You know, in the old paintings where, like paintings of Christ or Mary Magdalene or somebody like that would have the crown circle thing behind them. Yeah, the Nissa, and really any of the planeswalkers on Magic Art. The money is in the face. You don't want anything getting in the way of Nissa's pretty face in the audience. The whole world essentially caves around her. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's how you want it to seem. Is the entire composition is around Nissa. And it's good to integrate her in there. It definitely is. And like, I know we have some vines here. We can maybe bring those down, kind of stretch out some of these. Basically, you're framing her face. We can kind of do this. It's a little messy, but I hope you kind of get what I'm going for. Like, you have to think, the Planeswalkers are the characters that Wizards of the Coast spent probably, I don't know, $40 million developing. All of their R&D money for like a decade went into making these characters for lore. So you don't want anything. So instead of running behind her, the clumps of leaves, yes, use them as arrows. Look here, look here, look here, look here. And exactly what I said, your instinct's right, because look at this. This is an easy one. You come over here and go, boop. That leaf, perfect. This leaf, perfect. This leaf, perfect. This leaf, perfect. Actually, and this leaf can be a little darker, in fact, because it looks like it's a little closer to us. And then you can use even more contrast on Nissa's face. So this is where your true like money is on Nissa, okay? So we're just gonna up the contrast a little bit. We are gonna bring in a few more darks, a few more lights. Just try to get in there. Get that sharp. We can even give her the nice boom, boom. Darken those up a little bit more even. Because you have great value control. Fantastic value control. The thing that really had me level up to where I was starting to get Warhammer and Star Wars and stuff, know when to break your own rule about contrast. Know when it's okay to be like, I know this doesn't make sense, the lighting doesn't make sense, but she needs darker hair right here because it's gonna work better for the composition. That's your only reasoning. Because remember, at the end of the day, we are making images. We are making paintings. We'll kind of blend that one in there. We are doing the thing. So this can actually be darker. Let's just bring it out a little bit more. And then, since that's dark, we want it to be a little lighter around, so that way it really kind of pops as closer to us. You see that? Ooh. And then this, I will actually get rid of this one and use that same motif. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, all your motifs are like on point, man. You're nailing it. It's just that idea of really pushing it, really embracing it. Then a little bit more, like even little nuances of like random little brush scribbles. They don't even need to mean anything necessarily, but it's going to show more interest in that area, so you're going to want to make people look. And trust me, if I'm an art director for Magic the Gathering, the thing I want to happen is for my viewer to look at the Planeswalker. That's the goal, right? That's the whole goal for all this. So we kind of push and pull. Do you see what I mean? So now it's still subtle. You still have a lot more control, but you have it here. If you really wanted her to be kind of in the forefront, if you want to do something a little more dramatic, and I hate to do this because I love the tree. I love how the tree's set up, that she's part of this. I would actually do this. I would completely get rid of this branch. And like I said, that's me personally, and I'll give you a reason why. So it may be the wrong call, I don't know, but we can look here in a minute. Let's bring that. So now the light is here. How does that look? So once again, it's like the whole world is separating around Nissa. Like she's, you know what I'm saying? She's so part of nature that like nature is embracing her. So it's that storytelling of Nissa as a character mixed with your composition. So like, yes, you're going to be using it gives her more room to breathe, so she's not like trapped in. And you can really, like if we wanted to come over here and really lighten this up a little bit, we can do that. airbrush. Run some of these. And then, because she is also one of the main focal points, you can also, just anything on her outfit, you can really give it that next hit of oomph. So like, there's a little more highlight, even if the highlight doesn't actually make sense. Your main character can break all of your rules. And you did such a great job kind of rendering everything that I hate to come in and start doing it. But like, okay, so like here, these values kind of match quite a bit. So what I would do is I would personally either darken or lighten right around here. See, that's super close, and then it gives you a little bit more leeway. And then, because of the form, I would actually lighten right around here. So the devil's in like these details, right? Because this is going to be where that form is really hitting. Thinking literally, yes. No, I do too. I think literally all the time, well, that wouldn't work because the light, if it's coming from here, blah, 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 and the bounce and the bingo, bingo, bingo. Like, I get so worked up in my own, like, reality of physics that a lot of times I forget that I'm making an image, you know? And, like, we have this, so then we can even push this shadow a little more right here. Push some of these, push some of this. Then here, we'll make this a little darker. So that way the arm is coming more towards us, okay? So you see what I mean? It's giving us more shape. And in fact, you have this great cast shadow right here. I'm literally just going to use this cast shadow here and meld these values together. That way the arm resonates more with the viewer. Does that make sense? Like, almost like here. Cool. So yeah, and then I can come up here. You can add some more detail lines. You can do, and this is all just sort of noise for noise's sake, right? It's fine. Like, not everything has to be literal to a thing as long as your shapes are good. And then here I will actually, I know that light is catching here, but I'm actually going to darken this whole shape because I like it so much. I want people to see it. And then we're going to cast that shadow down right there. I want people to see that shape because it's a good one. There. Darker, darker. Okay, same thing here. I'm gonna darken that form a little, just to give my viewer's eye something to kind of hold on to. Here, perfect idea of bringing that light back in through this cloth right here. So let's go ahead and embrace more of that. I'm gonna get my airbrush and like bring this up and in a little bit more and temper it back down. Like I said, this type of stuff, whenever you're getting at this level, it's very much a give and a take. There's little bits here, little bits there, just small little nuances that you're going to start finding. So you have something like this. Cool. Let me duplicate this layer. Bring it up. We'll go to color. Cool. Let me fix these colors real quick. And then we can do a little compare and contrast. Actually, let's do that. Bring this here. Because now if there's less noise kind of around Nissa, I bet the colors of Nissa are going to pop more as well. Do you know what I mean? Because if we have less around her, you know, something like this. Another thing you can do, the tricky thing about a shot like this is it's very much on one plane. It's very much on, like literally, if I'm thinking literally about this, she is on the midground, which is also the only thing in the background is the blown out light. And then the foreground has like one bush, maybe two bushes. So you could like ask yourself, okay, how epic do I want this to feel? Because you can do that thing almost like a camera lens where you distort reality and you like push back stuff that doesn't even need to really be pushed back. And you can do a lot of that. And what you can do is you can do it through values. So we'll be right here. Let's go ahead. I'm going to lighten this tree branch. Right. Let's extend this one out. So maybe it's like right there. Sure. Sure. Let's lighten this one. Because it technically is behind her, right? Even if it's large and stuff like that, it is behind her. So we want to make sure it reads as though it is behind her. We can keep that part. Actually, we do need to temper it all down. But that, once again, also lets that foreground know where it is. This can be the same as this. Let's hit a few of these with a little bit of light. Okay. Let me come in here. I do like the vignetting that you're doing. Instead of doing the vignetting with darks, try doing the vignetting with lights like this. But then what you can do is you can just soft airbrush it in. So you're basically just getting rid of texture, right? But it's adding another variance for your eyes. If you look at Magic cards, man, they do cheats like this all the time. Because they realize, and see, you can always come back and like, oh, I'm going to add a little bit more texture somewhere. You know, they always add something like that. And then if we come in here, that yet again, push it back, push it back, push it back. Then what's nice, everything that's on the same kind of mid plane that Nissa is on could get the same amount of texturing. So since she's pretty like well rendered and higher rendered than everything else, well, this branch looks to have the same kind of dark values that Nissa does. So what if we grab a midtone from Nissa and come in and we make our tree branch stuff that's getting hit with some light. We have that. It can kind of define what the shape is. This one's right here. You know, this is just really rough and tumble stuff right here, but I hope you kind of see what I'm getting at. You can sort of keep the rendering value, or the amount of rendering, as well as all of your highlights, shadows, all that stuff, kind of match what Nissa has. Maybe not as extreme, because of course you still want her to pop, but, you know, and we can come in and we can get like a nice kind of rough brush. Let me get a few of mine. If we get like a filbert right here, we can even do the lovely painting brush right here. Boom. We do some of these, right? We do a few hits like that. You're bringing in some texture, you're bringing in some visual interest. It's starting to work a little bit. You know, and these are just, like I said, this is just kind of rough and tumble brush strokes here. But now you have more textural variants, and then of course you can come in, do that same exact thing, even more so really, with Nissa's wood cane that she's holding, right? Give it just a little bit more oomph, a little more something to grab onto as far as the light and the shadow and all that stuff. Because this is where you can really, like, get some cool looking stuff. I know these are all kind of monotonous just because it's one brush size. But I'm hoping, like I said, I'm hoping that it's showing a little bit of what this is. So, like that, and we got that nice wraparound. And, I mean, you can even... Here's the thing that's so cool about values. You can even get away with doing, like, atmospheric perspective on stuff that doesn't even... it doesn't even, like, make sense to push and pull that much or that way. But this still works. So... This is very much a Tyler Jacobson thing. So you see how this part is kind of wrapping around the hand? I love that. So let's prove it. Let's prove that it's wrapping around the hand by grabbing this and lightening it, because it's now further away from us. Now that's further away from us. This is further away from us. That's further. Okay, you see what I mean? This is whenever I harp all the time like a madman about value control, this is what I usually mean. And then because this is in front, that gets a little darker, but then it can come through. And then you can just sort of kind of connect these values. It's kind of tricky to do, but... And then hard edge, because I love those hard edges. But then, since it's coming around here and these values are matching, I'm going to grab a darker and come down here with her hand. Once again, just to sell the fact that that one's going behind her hand. It needs to be cleaned up, like I did it kind of rough. Okay. But do you see what I'm saying? Like... And then you can do some rendering. And then you can even do more highlight rendering on this branch right back here with an even lighter color, right? So I'm actually going to lower the opacity on the brush to like 26. And that way you can still render, but it's not breaking that new decision you just made. And then as we get further back, see, now there's a little bit of detail here. It's not overbearing because it's not as high contrast as this. So with this part of Nissa, I can absolutely see why you put this highlight here. I would say, let's close that highlight off. Because you have that nice silhouette of the head. You can definitely bring that highlight back in where the cheek is, exactly like you had it. Then you can also do it because here, right here. Let's darken up this part of the ear so we can darken up this part of the ear, darken up that part of the ear, darken, 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 so we can grab that highlight color and bring it more in so there's even more of a contrast compared to the dark ear. Does that make sense? And now you're getting that illusion of form again. You're getting more and more form because you're getting that look, right? So this is how I would think about it, is just the balance of it. I mean, like I said, your instincts are bang on. They are perfectly accurate. And then we can go here, kind of use that, emphasize that. I love that turn of the form of the skin. So let's utilize that, soften that up a little bit. We can soften, soften, soften. Kind of get rid of any super visual brushwork on the skin, because Nissa is almost like this ethereal. She reminds me of Galadriel, like where she's almost otherworldly. So you want her skin to be like Photoshop, like cover model, airbrushed, ready, right? So like coming in and making sure any of the visible brushwork just on her skin. Everywhere else you can have clunky texture, you can do kind of cool impasto, you can do whatever you want. But on her skin, try your best to get rid of any visual brushstroke. Do kind of the Riot Games thing, right? Like do a little bit of the Riot to where you lose that brush stroke. You got this really beautiful form. You're airbrushing it, looking good, looking good. And see, I do have those little spots I made earlier about putting in little bits of detail, but you can keep those if you go ahead and remove any like not necessary skin texturing, if that makes sense. Because some characters need the skin texture, for sure. But I would think that Nissa would almost be, her skin would almost be perfect. Like, and it's a subtle little thing too. It's nothing overly major. You can keep the tattoos a little rough, because those are technically something that's altering the skin. But like, yeah, just come in here. Let's get rid of that one. Bring that back. Bring that back. Let me get that one. Keep this a really crisp, nice line here. Good shape, good shape. That's actually fine for those to kind of merge into each other. Shape, shape. So see what I mean? This is, I mean, you're bang on, dude. You are bang on. And see how now, even that, just a little bit, just the tiniest bit, makes her skin and like her form stand out and really sell the idea, even against a little bit of texture in the trees. And you know, now we got rid of all the stuff and pushed it more in the background. That way she is the star of the show, right? I would even say you can get away with making this even lighter. And the cool thing is, as you're lightening this other stuff up, it's bringing these foreground elements more into the foreground. Let's just mess this up a little bit. So this is, if you have like any like leaf brushes and stuff, like that's where stuff like that comes in really handy. Then you can even, yeah, let me get that one. Because remember, all value is relative. So as long as this is darker than the thing it's in front of, it's going to read as closer. So if we want to do that, and if we want to keep on track how we're doing, then we have that. We'll bring this down. You know, maybe we tighten that one up a little bit. So yes, like, because the lighter you make this branch, and let me bring this opacity down a little bit. The lighter you make that branch, the more she stands out, because now her contrast is higher. She has brighter brights. She has, you know, she has, Nissa has everything. She has the darkest dark. She has the lightest lights. Her form is different. Her textures are different. Like, that's going to be the thing. And even with color, let's come over here. I am going to just come in here, and this breaks kind of every rule in the book, in my opinion, but it works. And I'll show you why. I'm going to pick that skin color. You have gorgeous colors. I'm going to saturate them even more. So I'm still on the color layer, right? Because what this is going to do is it is going to really make her stand out from the rest of this. Available variety right there. And then, of course, nice trick that I know here. Little dot on the nose. Think of Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, right? There you go. Because the nose works really well. It's a little too red, so I'll temper it down a little bit. But then the same thing on the lips. Here, I'm going to up the saturation because I like the colors you got. There you go. So see that? Just that little bit of, okay, let me select all, edit, copy, merge, edit, paste. And then let me get rid of all my stuff. Right? So, already started with a gorgeous piece, right? So whenever you're going into the card art type of thing, you really want to be super obvious. Super obvious. I'm very much a fan of like subtext in movies and books and like, oh, well, what did they really mean? Ooh. Whenever you're dealing with images like this, especially for big name clients, hit them over the head with the obvious club. Go like, this is what it is. Boom. Because this is a perfect, like, I think this would be a perfect cover for a extended art gallery book for something, because this is closer, in my opinion, to like art you would see at the museum. This works really well for that. But really when you're going for card art, whenever you're going for game art, whether that's tabletop games or, role-playing games or card game, yeah, any sort of board game, the pieces need to be obvious from a mile away. So you go from something like this, which I think works incredibly well, to like this, which is just a little more obvious. Maybe even a little more trite or contrived. This sounds how it sounds, and this sounds bad. I don't agree with it at all, but this is what a lot of people that have come before me and will come after me say. Sci-fi and fantasy game art is looked down upon in art circles. Even if you're in Magic or D&D or whatever, the stuff that we find to be like lifelong goals, artists that are showing in galleries or artists that are doing a little more illustrative work as far as like Newsweek magazine or something, they scoff at fantasy. They scoff at science fiction. And the reason why is because it's obvious. There's the subtlety, where's the artistic expression, blah, 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 blah. I don't care about that. Like, I do to a certain extent, but I don't care what some Newsweek article editor is going to say about my art. That's not who I'm making it for. So the colors are off and stuff, and we would definitely fix that. So yeah, it happens because of modernists. It happens because people called Frazetta a hack. People called Norman Rockwell a hack. People called J.C. Leyendecker a hack. N.C. Wyeth. Any of these people, they were called hacks in their day. Hell, who was it that... Was it Van Gogh who only sold one painting his entire life? I've literally made more money selling my art than Van Gogh did. Am I better than Van Gogh? Hell no. But like, there's a reason why obvious works. There's a certain way on purpose. Maybe it works for some stuff, but card art, yeah, it's way more like shapes. We talked about it on one of the old podcasts, but like, or the old live streams, but like the most obvious card art in the world would be a white blank thing with a square in the middle. There it is. There's the thing. Your mind's going to make the representation of what it means. You're going to connect it to the board state. You're going to connect it to the... Because there's so many different things happening whenever somebody's playing a card game. They need to see your art and instantly know what the card is. Same thing for D&D. They need to see this. Like, as soon as I saw this, I knew it was Nissa. Knew for a fact. Didn't have to tell me twice. Because you nailed it. You got it right on the money. So now, it's funny because I'm thinking about doing a YouTube video about this. But now what? Okay, you have Nissa. Now what? What's the next thing? Not what's your next painting, but in this painting, what's the next thing? Yeah, I know that's Nissa. What else? What's the next thing? Oh, you got cool texture on the trees? Cool. What else? Try to figure that out. The what else is where the magic happens. I mean, pun intended, I guess. But like, we can do the obvious, we can sculpt it, we can do all this and lay it out threadbare. Here it is. But what's the other thing? And I think you're at that point. I think you're at the point to where once you find what your other thing is, you're off to the races, man. But these are both. And I would literally just do the same thing to the other piece as well. I would just go in, I would refine the shapes a little bit, make them a little more like silhouette happy. I would change the values enough to be able to make sure I had a solid silhouette. You could introduce more shapes or more lighting or more special effects or whatever, but you just want it to read well, okay? But really, I was going to bring up, let me show this one just real fast before we move on, because I know other artists are waiting as well. Let me copy, bring this one. Here's a really quick hack that I do. Like a very quick hack. Paste. I'm going to do my old value checker. So this one I can tell without even looking at this, you have too many midtones. There's no highlights. There's no highlights at all. And that's fine, except you need them somewhere, right? So you would think, oh, well, what about this? This is really bright. It's actually only 82%. You have another 20% until you get to white. You have a lot of wiggle room. Same thing with the blacks right here, right? your darkest darks, you got a little bit of wiggle room, which is good. I did say save some wiggle room. So the reason why you want to save that wiggle room is so you can come in and you can do this. Some triangle shapes, some extra lines. And notice I'm not doing it everywhere. Just in some places. Because light's going to catch everything just a little bit differently, right? And then let's bring this all the way down here. Once again, obvious, obvious, obvious. You want this to be insanely obvious. Because what I'm finding out is the art director and the audience doesn't care how well you can paint. They don't care. It's a harsh reality. As painters, they don't care. They do not care if you learn from Rembrandt or Picasso or John Singer Sargent or James Gurney or Tyler Edlin. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter who you're, nuancing from, or oh, this is an homage to so and so. Like, that's cool. That's cool for us, the other artists that are looking at this. And a lot of times our art ego wants us to make art for other artists, really. But if you're making art for the audience, just these little tiny nuances. That can be the thing. And the same thing here. So your candles, we come up here. These are going to be your brightest, not your most intense, but your brightest light source. So there's 1, 2, 3. Even back here. Especially back here. Now they can get a little mistier back here, but like, do you see what I'm saying? Blast it. Just blast that stuff. I'm like, how did they sell? Yeah, sold because it reads well. Yes, totally. There are people that have very high profile book covers. Very high profile book covers. Where, like, as an art instructor, it drives me crazy. But the client liked it enough to put it on the book cover. So who's the sucker? Me looking at it like, well, they got the rim light color wrong. Or the dude that just made 20 grand doing a cover series for Penguin, Random House. That's why I say really focus on your style. Focus on the thing that really brings you to the dance. What gets you happy? What gets you motivated? Oh, this looks cool. This is rad. Because then you're going to want to practice more. You're going to get better because, I mean, you're already ready. Here's the thing, Cody, like, legit, man, put up your portfolio site and I can start sending it around to some of my art directors. I'm not exaggerating. Like, you're ready. You just need to be put into a situation to where, like, an art director comes back to you and they're like, hey man, can you bump up the contrast? And then you're like, Yes. Oh God, what do they mean? Oh God, what do they mean by the do they mean the lights? Do they mean the darks? Do they mean, what do they mean by the contrast? Oh God, are the colors off? Oh man, you need to go through that. I go through it every day. But that's the thing where you start really sharpening. Iron sharpens iron. Once you're in the muck and once you're communicating with your art director, that's where magic happens. That's where I love working with art teams. I love working with art directors because they're going to notice things I never saw and I'm going to bring up solutions that they never thought of. So there's always this like, you know, but dude, like this is, hell, I've worked on big name projects whose art isn't half this good. And that's not blowing smoke, man. Like, you're ready. I mean, the storytelling's here. You got some rad stuff. I would just say, trust yourself. Just trust. Trust. You got this far doing what you're doing. Keep going. Just keep going. 4 pieces. I would say comfortably make like 15. If you make 15 pieces at the Nissa level and this level, where you come and refine some of the lights and the darks and do some color saturation stuff, and if you get 15 pieces up to that level, yeah, you'll be swatting away art directors. Okay. So yes, hopefully, and then let's actually do this. Duplicate layer. This was your original colors. And I just want to show what the difference is. Okay. Select all. Just from this stuff. Just from these little tweaks that I did. I want to show you what it looks like, okay? So, we have this right here. This was the original. But just to make the stuff pop, you have to break some rules. You're going to use pretty much pure white. You're going to use pure black. You can also tweak them to where it's not quite that much, because whenever you go to print and all that stuff, it's going to mess with it, but your art director will tell you. But then you go from here, which is the original, and just this. Just a little nuance here, a little bit more light hit here. Your candles, you see what I mean? Even the I didn't even touch the colors. I would say, yeah, 10 to 12 is good, because you don't want to spend 30 years on your portfolio. You know what I mean? You want to put out enough good work that people know that you're able to do good work. You can do a few sci-fi things. You can do kind of whatever you're in there. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, send them my way. But there you go. Yeah, I didn't even touch the colors, man. And look, you go from something like this to something like this. You're bang on already. And like even here, like here's where it was, then bam. And see, that really dark outline around this doesn't even make sense. Logically, there's no light. Light doesn't do that, whatever. But, boom. Right? There you go. Just push it. Just push it more and more and more. More and more and more. You're golden. So, big round of applause. Big round of applause for Cody. Well done, brother. Good job, man. Now, let me... Yeah. So now we got Brent's here. Let me copy this one. So Brent, I hope you're still here, because my friend, you should be very pleased with yourself. So, new, that, edit, paste. Cool. Cool. All right, so we have Brent. And Brent... Here we go. That was a hard act to follow. You might be surprised, my friend. You might be surprised. All right. Q&A critique. Please review this with a caveat that I'm a noob with 6 months total experience in digital painting. No formal art training and a lifetime of just doodling on line paper during endless boring corporate meetings. I dig it. Yep. It killed me on the inside. I do think this has potential as an underpainting. I think it's more than that. Context, I'm interested in cover art, be it books or albums. Okay. This piece, I want to do something you might see on the 70s prog rock or stoner art album covers. Yeah, man. Hell, Molly Hatchet had Frank Frazetta. So I get you. With a tip of the hat to Heavy Metal Magazine, might make a 70s sword and sorcery book cover. I know it's not even 1%. It's quite a bit closer than you think. I want to fool the viewer that someone that looks like they might know, someone that they know created it. Oh, I see what you mean. What I want to know, I know there are edge issues that I can work on by myself, but the thing is, I would know is my values. The basics are there, but they're still all over the place. What do I need to know? I realize the foreground needs darkening. Number 2, storytelling. I think this would tell more story if it looked like the viewer was looking at this from a cave mouth. All right. It would put a figure in a more sinister light. Would this work? Number 3, landscape. I know nothing of landscape. On a suck scale, I'm running full throttle. How do I make the hills look more distant so the plains look more endless? Great question. Would adding photo textures to the ground and overpainting be an effective thing to do? How could I make the orb more effective? Again, while I'm not afraid to people to see this, I realize not even 1% of the way to being professional. Dude, this is not too far off from being tabletop role-playing game ready. It's way closer than you think. Okay. Yes, sir. Got you, Greg. We'll get you. We'll get you, son. Okay. First off, what we always do is value check. So I know one of your things is about values. In fact, oh, actually, that's fine. Cool. In fact, it's funny that you said, I know that, you're like, I know that my foreground needs to be darker. Nope. Your background needs to be brighter. So you have the right idea. You knew something, some form of contrast was kind of missing. But here's what's going to happen. This is an art cheat. This is where we're going to get into full-on cheat mode. In order for our orb to glow, which I can tell that that's what you wanted based on the glow around it, but see how the glow disappears once we turn it black and white, because the values are the same. Your blue is the same as your green as far as saturation and value. But can anyone guess what we're going to do around here to make this work? We're going to add clouds. Because what clouds are actually for is to set your palette up to solve problems. It's the only reason you're ever really going to see clouds in a painting. One, you can show off, you can do some cool brush work and all this other stuff. But really, what would make that glow look great is if we had a little bit of a dark undercloud under here for it to glow off of. Do you see what I'm saying? Also, it's funny because this is going to solve 3 of the things right off the bat. Let's go ahead and select all, edit, copy, merge, edit, paste. I'm going to paste this on a new deal. I'm going to grab this. This is about the color that I want the cloud to be. Okay. Actually, yeah, we can keep it a little darker. So we can keep this a little darker. We can kind of come over here, kind of set this up. But really what's going to happen, let's crank this up here. And yes, this is a little dramatic for educational purposes, but I want to show you what I mean. I love this silhouette. This silhouette is bang on, dude. Like, freaking incredible silhouette. Incredible. This reads so freaking well. You should be extremely pleased with yourself. It is damn near perfect. Whenever I saw it, I was like, God dang, like, teach me how to do a silhouette. Okay. So, one, the silhouette is creating higher contrast already. You see that? See what I mean? Let's actually grab... We're really going to cheat for a minute. Let me grab... Let me grab my wet canvas brush. This is pretty close to pure white, right? First of all, dude, I can absolutely see how it could be. Because, I mean, once you see just a few of the little fixes we're going to do, and it's not even really a fix, it's just a way to, once again, really hone in on what you're already doing super well. I just jacked up the, jacked up the orb. That's a good looking orb. I done goofed it. I done beefed it. You know? So we have that. Let's bring this a little darker. Just some textures here, why not? You know, we'll kind of treat this like clouds, okay? I know this is real rough and tumble. You can even use like cloud brushes. That's fine too. But we're just going to hit some of that up, right? So you're probably wondering why I did all that white just to kind of cover it up. Because we're going to get more white and come in. So basically what I'm doing is I'm just adding a little bit of visual interest here, because whenever you see what we're going to do, hopefully it's going to be like an aha moment, right? So we have this right here. What I would do, I would come here, I would grab one of these darker tones right here. And clouds take forever. They just do. They're one of those things that take forever to make. They can look good whenever you get in there and you really start like digging into stuff. They look great. However, they just take forever to look interesting, in my opinion. This is where, instead of photo bashing for the ground, you can actually photo bash some clouds. I think that could be effective too. But what your goal should be is keep this around here a little darker than your orb, or not darker than your orb, but darker than you want the glow of your orb to be. So I know this is real bad. I promise I'm a pro, guys. Promise. And you can even bring some more clouds back here. So while we're doing this, I'm just kind of putting in those. Really, clouds work well whenever you start mixing textures and stuff. Right? So I'm going to do something like this. Kind of get the point across. I'm also going to actually bring in some of your darker midtones. On the light of the orb, or on this like one side of the orb. Cause see how we have the, and that was my mistake, but we have that. Let's bring this back over here. Okay. Yeah, we kind of white that out, add a little bit of texture here, a little bit of bounce light. Sure, cool. With that. With that, bring a little bit of an angle to it. Cool. All right. So first thing I want to look at, whenever you talked about how can I add infinite, kind of infinite depth. So this is where value control is numero uno, okay? You'll grab your lightest color for here. You can add some more shapes, but make sure they are lighter than what's in front of it, okay? Same thing here. There's some. Now, same thing. Grab this, kind of the lighter color here. That's actually a little too dark. Because you're lighting and you're kind of lightening this background area so much, this lets you play with a whole huge value range, right? Because the brightest bright you have back here on your horizon line is going to be white. Anything darker than essentially pure white is going to be detail. It's going to be, you're stacking your layers. So then if we have this, let's say we want to add another cloud or another hill, we're going to grab your darkest dark from right there. We're going to come in with a bigger brush. We're going to hit that up, right? And then this is where you can start mixing some of these values a little bit. I know we talked in a previous thing about not mixing values. This is one of those areas to where as the atmosphere comes into the piece, it's going to be mixing, it's going to be crushing your values. Your contrast is going to be so much lower in the background. So what you can do is think of it like a ramp. You're ramping from more detail, which is darker up front, to less detail as you get further away, right? And that goes with value, it goes with shape, it goes with everything. So this is all kind of connected. And then we see, okay, here's a good one right here. I like this really, really, really dark value you have. But what I would do, if I were to come in here, I love these shadow values. I love, love, love. So what I would do, I would actually use the same shadow value that you have here, and I would bring it in here in your foreground stuff. And then same thing right here. I know it's probably not the right texture, but it is what it is. I would bring that. I would bring that. Bring a little bit here because once again, you are on the same plane. And see, that looks a little much, right? Looks a little too like, oh man. You can even bring it here for some of these shadows that these raised rocks are going to cause, right? Might extend those out a little bit. Extend that out a little bit. Now you can grab the same mid-tone and darken this stuff too. Because remember, if it's closer to us, it is more detailed. It just is, because we can see it. Our eyes, our human eyes, are very limited. But if something's pretty close to us, we do a pretty good job of seeing it. You know what I mean? So we can actually darken some of this stuff. But notice I'm not really darkening the ground all that much. Because I like, with how much sunlight you have hitting the ground's actually not going to be very dark. Now, I think this is like purely overhead coming down. If it was back here, we would do a big cast shadow right here coming towards the viewer. But because it feels like a sunny day. It feels like a sunny day outside, right? So that's what I would give. I do like your idea of the maw of a cave. So here's what we can do for that. We will grab this value. Bring that in. Then we get to go a little ham, right? And then remember, see how you have these rocks? You already did that work doing those. We can use that as a way to add a little bit of something here. Because remember, these rocks are also going to catch light, right? Especially the ones kind of facing more outward. And then, as it gets closer to us yet again, we are going to add a little bit more texture. We're going to darken this up, all right? And this is a thing that's going to take a while. If you wanted to like kind of photo bash this type of thing, go for it. But really you just need detail. Like you found them in the desert. See, that's cool. Like, and that's good storytelling too. That's, so we have this, right? Something like this. We have some more kind of pebbles getting caught in the light there. So something like that. But then here, we would actually once again, I'm doing the very obvious thing of like pointing down some of these rocks. That way it makes it more, it's pointing literally directly at our person this whole time, at our wizard. So it could be kind of obvious. In some of these, it actually wouldn't go down that much of a point. It'd be like this. And that one would actually need to be kind of rendered pretty well. Just because it's driving so much attention that it needs to be looked at a little more. You know what I mean? So you get that idea. So yes. You can also then check this out. So this is a little dramatic, but I put this on its own layer. And the reason why, if I go to Filter, Blur, Gaussian Blur, it's a little intense, right? But you see, what I mean? You are building that depth of field that a camera would do, because here is who we should be looking at, is our wizard. So now this blurred out all these edges, it makes your eye go to him, you know. So with that being said, I'm actually going to get rid of this stalactite, because I don't think it actually needs it. After doing that, I don't think it needs it. Okay. So same thing. Filter, Gaussian blur, boom. So something like that. You get a little bit of something here, a little bit of something. So yeah, that totally works. So once again, instincts right on point. Even if you say you're a newbie, even if you say whatever, doesn't matter. If your imagination is there and your instincts are there, you're gold, right? So have that. And really, I mean, oh, the orb. So yes, basically my orb idea, let me go ahead and hide that. My orb idea is basically you'll just make the area around this, whether it's a cloud or whatever, darker. That way, you know, it's not great, but you know. But you're gonna make this area around here darker, so that way you can make this glow way brighter. So if we come over here, I'm gonna grab, is that the one? Yes. Let me bring in your colors. Duplicate layer. Color. Okay, yeah. All that's way off because this should be gray and stuff now, but see how you can already read that glow a little better because you have some sort of contrast to work from? What you could even do is that's when you could come in, you have something like this. That's when you get your old color dodge, you get your old airbrush or soft round. You get that glow. So that glow, so you know what I mean? I mean, that's really ugly. So sorry about that. But that kind of idea, like that gives you your glow effect. It makes sense because you're outside. You can use the cloud to your advantage. But yeah, and what's great is you have all this real estate that you can work with, you know? And like, it's funny because now, let me grab this. We're on our color layer. I'm going to introduce this color in to this right here, you know? So I can show you the hack of those. Okay. If you just grab your color and airbrush a little bit over top, you're gonna build that atmospheric perspective. As something goes further in the distance, it gets more of the color and the contrast of the light, of the background, of the sky, whatever you want to call it. So that's gonna help that effect of these rolling hills that keep going back. It's gonna go so far back that it literally just blends in with the sky. So this type of stuff, you see what I mean? Like where you can still tell it's a little bit of something, but now it's gotten so much of that sky pigment that it is, you know, it reads a little more like, should I make the foothills lighter? No, I mean, you can. Or you can even like, yeah, I mean, you could. I don't think it hurt anything. But like, it's that idea. It's the idea of, and this is why I also say gray is a really great equalizer color, because a gray is a great way to sort of control everything that you might need. Then you can like slowly introduce stuff back up. It's really just that control of that push and pull. Yeah, see, these shapes are great. And you notice I haven't even touched them. I mean, the wizard's bang on, dude. It's great. Great shape, great look. See something like that. If I do this, boom, boom, color. And like I said, this is very not correct, but just to give you the idea, just to give you the look of what you might see. You know what I mean? So hopefully this gives you a little bit of something to like look at and like hold on to. But yeah, man, I think you are right on the money. I think your shapes are, yes, yeah, for sure. Definitely post it up. I'd love to see. So yeah, any of this type of stuff. Really, you're at a great spot in your creative career right now because like you can just try stuff. And if there's no expectation that you need to make the next Rembrandt painting, I mean, this is all learning. We're all just learning. But especially right now, it's super fun to just be able to click stuff and see what happens. So yeah, hopefully that helped a little bit. I know that was kind of the cloud thing kind of threw me off because if you get some good clouds, and we might do a full like YouTube video about that. Clouds are just great for composition because you can do whatever you want with them. You can make them darker in some places or lighter some places and move them over and stretch them and contort them but yeah, like super great job. So huge round of applause for Brent right now. Amazing. Well done, my friend. Fantastic work. Now we got Greg. Hey, Greg. Let me copy this one. Boom. Boom, boom. All right. Now let's see what Greg says in the oh God. What tab am I looking for? Where is it? There it is. It's 2 a.m. so I'm okay. I wish I'd used that grayscale technique Wes showed the other day. I'm curious to hear feedback. I didn't trace, so there's that. But I did use a reference. Great. Definitely use a reference. Always. In fact, my advice to everybody is use more reference. Even if you're using reference for every part of your painting, use more reference. Get 5 references of the thing you have 1 reference of. That's the real way that you're going to learn, and I do this myself, that you learn how stuff is made, how stuff looks. How can you paint a tree if you don't know what a tree looks like? Do you know what I mean? Like how... It's like, how could you paint a person if you didn't know what they looked like? So you need reference. Like, reference is through and through bang on. So, what I can do... Portraiture is good. Eye distance is good. Eyebrows. The shape of the face. Good. Good. Yeah. All right. So, here is a thing about confidence. It's funny, this actually can go to Sherry's painting as well. That texture brushes are really cool until they are so much a part of your composition that they start breaking the composition. And what I mean by that is, like, I love the look of these brushes. However, I think a little bit of contrast with the brushwork could go through and through. So I'm going to try to even work on this without a reference. Okay? So I know I just told everyone to use 30 references for everything all the time. But I think there's just some basic stuff that if we just did a little pop here and there, you're going to start seeing a thing come to fruition, right? Because the idea is here. Your shapes are down. Brent's absolutely right. Your shapes are down. I can tell we're looking at a portrait. She has the head tilt. She seems like a jovial person, very nice person. The lips are perched up a little bit. You know, there's a nice smile. Yellow dress, you know, kind of reddish hair, maybe like strawberry blonde, maybe redhead. Great. You know, I see where the ear is. I see where there's an earring. So what if we, once again, value test, edit, fill. All right. So what if we come in here? Now, the hard thing about portraits and the hard thing about painting people and like learning how to paint people is being confident with your shapes. Because I know, even I do this, you get nervous that it's going to quote unquote look wrong. Oh, well, if the nose is too big, it's going to look wrong. If the eyes, what if the eyes don't look right? What if the lips don't look right? What if the hair doesn't look right? What if the blah, blah, blah? You're in your own head. So you try to play it safe. And ironically, playing it safe on a picture of a person's face or body or whatever, is actually the wrong way to go. Playing it safe makes it to where you don't have solid shapes. And really a face is solid shapes. We talked about the Asaro head, where you can see the planes of the face. We talked about the Loomis method. I know the Riley method was brought up a little bit on a previous deal that we did. These are construction methods to make sure that your face is somewhat right. It's not going to be exactly right. They're very bare bones. They're very kind of bare bones measurements, but they help get that first wave of confidence down that you can then expand upon. So I will say your eyes are pretty much bang on because they're about an eye's width apart, maybe a little far, but some people have further eyes apart than others and closer and stuff like that. So that's up to the person. Like I said, I'm not using the reference. So I'm just going to come in and sculpt what I think. Okay. So I'm going to use this right here. I'm going to use this darker deal. I do like that. So I'm going to come in and I'm going to make this a little more confident, right? I'm just going to come in, make that a little more confident. Same thing here. I'm going to get that a little darker right here. Come here. That shape, a little more confident, right? So just got a hard round brush, got kind of a angled brush, and we're doing that. So same thing with the eyes. I like the eyelashes. It gives me a great shape to work with. Let's come in and do that. Same thing here. Come in, do that. Now, here's a fun one. The actual iris of your eyes. You can go ahead and outline it. At least for your first part, right? At least for your first part. Because that's going to tell you where the focus is on the eye. Like, is it looking? You can adjust the shapes. You can do all that. So right there. And then we have this. So I'm going to move this over a little bit to make sure it's just facing me. So both eyes are looking at me. Now I'm going to come underneath the eye. Because see, I can see you started doing those bottom eyelashes down here. So let's go ahead and sketch those in. All right. Just sketch them in. Cool. Easy peasy so far, right? I also see the little bits, and let me go ahead and hide this. I can see where the nostrils are on the nose. So let's keep that same shape, okay? We're going to keep nostril, nostril, and then I know that that bottom part of the nose was right here, right? Is that about right? Yeah. So about right here, maybe a little lower. Okay. Then here's a little trick, which is why, yes, if there's a thing that we know very well as a human being, it is a face, because that's how we judge emotion, and we get relationships, and we get some, we are our DNA is built upon those relationships. So that's why it's super difficult whenever you're first learning how to do a picture of a person to get either the likeness of the person or make it literally just look like a person. Because we know it's the first thing we need to look at to judge anything, right? So that's where it gets kind of tricky, right? But we're going to simplify this. We're just going to have that bottom part of the nose there. Then I see the bridge right here. So a trick that I like to do, and this is actually kind of an anime trick. If you take your eyebrow right here, bring it out a little bit and come down, that's where you'll start your line. And you can bring your line all the way down and connect it if you want, right? You can do the same thing here. You can kind of swoop this down. See how this kind of makes an arch right here? If you follow this arch down and then connect it to this, you have kind of your other eye area, right? So I'm actually going to keep the proportions. I would say now that I have this stuff in, I would bring the eyes closer together. But I'm not going to, because I want to just prove something. You have your lips right here. Let's just go ahead and outline these. And I like that smirk, so the smirk comes up. Let's outline the bottom as well. Now, here's a fun trick. I can't remember what this is called. Maybe the Cupid's bow. The little line that comes down from the nose, right in the middle. And then you have the two ridges right here. If you come inside where the nostrils are and you find this, you're basically going to extend your nose lines down. And you're going to put 1 and 1. Now I know it looks like she has a mustache because I did that. Because that's literally where a mustache would go. Ta-da! Right? But the reason why I put that there, the reason why I want to put these right here, that also tells you where the M shape is on your lips. It's a great way to remember where that M shape is. Because really, and this is exactly how I taught my daughter to draw lips. If you want to draw lips, start with an elongated M. That's your top lip. Then you'll connect the two lines out here and do a long U, right? Which you basically you already have it, you know what I mean? And then from here, it depends on the person. If they have a bigger top lip, you can do it one way. If they have a bigger bottom lip, you can do it another way. What I normally do is I kind of come here and I do a soft version of that M. I do the same M, but instead of the angular stuff, because here's like where the Cupid's bow would be, right here, right? And then like mustache would be over here, whatever. I would do a softer M. But like if they had bigger, they had larger like top lips, I would actually do the bottom shape more, if that makes sense. So that's a great way to kind of pictograph lips, which really you kind of nailed it, right? So what you can do from here, you got those. So whenever you have your kind of M shape right there, because of these two lines, you can actually get rid of them. They're not needed as much anymore. So let me come in. I'm gonna grab that. I'm gonna fill this in, right? Cool. Now here's some fun features that I like to add that really start bringing a face to life. Okay. So we have kind of where our eyes are, right? A big important part of how the eyes work is the tear duct. Is like the tear duct where it goes like that. So bring these two shapes together and kind of right here and then like right here. That's going to tell you where the eyes are going to come down, right? And remember, your eyes are actually balls sitting in a socket, or eye sockets. So now, where that tear duct is, if you bring a line down and down, That's the inner part of that eye duct, that tear duct, where the socket is. Then this shape right here, back where the back parts of your eye meet, do the same thing coming down this way. That's a little exaggerated. And you know how people will talk about, oh, I'm so tired, I have bags under my eyes. That just means they have deeper eye sockets. It just means the eyes are resting and it's so deep within the eye socket that it makes it look like you're tired. So with that being said, we can actually come over here, we can kind of get rid of these other shapes, but that's going to tell us quite a bit, right? It'll tell us quite a bit. Because you can also come in here and do the same thing up top. Something that I really like to do, where you already have your eyelashes, your instinct was correct. It's already thicker than what you needed. So if we make up here thicker than the bottom line of our eye, automatically it helps with that shape of the eye. Do you see what I mean? It automatically helps with it. I'm going to modify this to where it comes down a little more. Cool. Cool. So you just make the thicker up top, smaller down bottom. Then what I like to do with the nostrils, on the outside of the nostrils, I like to do kind of a U shape, right? Then you can sort of get rid of these lines, kind of lessen those lines, because that's telling you where that structure is, okay? Because this structure comes down to make, I guess, the maw of the mouth. It's funny because mine like have a goatee, so it literally follows the line. But she's smirking, so the edge of the nostril is going to hit the edge of the lip, kind of like that. Same thing here. This one's down. So she's going to look old whenever I do this, because the older you get, the more those pockets of like fatty tissue on your cheeks, the groove gets deeper. So it adds more like that. Some people call it smile lines. It's just how whenever you age, more of that starts showing. So that's why whenever you add these lines right here, it makes a character look older. So we're going to temper that by getting rid of that one and lessening this one. And we have that. Then I'm going to come in and you have a great idea about this, about the chin. Get it like this, okay? So automatically, just with these little tiny things, and this is really just what a face is, these little tiny nuances are gonna be the thing that kind of give you that structure. Now, the next level of this is worrying about the values of the face. Like if the light's shining here, kind of like how you see my face right here, this side's getting hit with light, so then it's rounding and all this other stuff. But that, by itself, it's a little too far forward thinking. I wouldn't worry about it yet. What I would say is just practice doing portraits like this. Block in these little lines, find out little things, like little proportions that you can find, because everyone finds little different ones. Like my thing is, and this is perfect, you had this proportion down on the button and I don't think you realized it. Maybe you did, but your ear is actually the perfect size. I don't even need to look at the reference to know, okay? Because if we follow that top line of where the brow is, that's going to be the top of your ear. And then the bottom of the nose is going to be the bottom of the ear, okay? Then you connect them. Does that make sense? So there you go. You can always, yeah, just lay those lines down because you got, I mean, it's, you know, it's closer than you're probably giving yourself credit for. So once again, a lot of this has to do with confidence. And it's fine. If you confidently make a bad decision, great. At least you had a reason. You know what I mean? So you have this, then this line right here for the cheek and the chin. Come down, and then you connect those two. You bring that up. I'm going to outline this. See? All I did was just outline the shapes you already had. Now check this out. This one is a game changer. This is something I learned a long time ago. And I still do this. I still do it because I think it still works. Right where the hair parts in the middle, I like to do, I don't know if this is anime or what this is, but I like to bring the line in, and then I like to do a part line like this, like just little swoop lines, right? To kind of tell me where this is going to be. How's the hair parting? How's it parting? So it's parting this way, right? Now we see that it's curving in. So I'm just going to curve and follow the lines that you already have established. And then there's a cool one right over here. I can use that and bring it down. You see what I mean? Then we have that. That one's coming up here. And I'm just using the shapes you already put down. I'm not even inventing new shapes right now. Then I'm going to bring these up, this up to give that hair volume. You see what I mean? We're getting there, brother. See? And just the little bit of lines, just the little bit of lines. We're going from here to here. It's a whole different ballgame. Yeah, your shapes are bang on. It's just really finding out how you like the nuance of those lines. I know I've said before, oh, faces don't have lines. There's no such thing as a line. It's all forms and the way light hits and all this other stuff. That is, while that is technically true, it's not helpful. Does that make sense? Lines are a fantastic way to block in shapes. And all a face is a collection of shapes proportioned to each other. That's all it is. We're so used to it as human beings that we get so caught up in the nuances of the bridge of the nose and then the light and then the this and then the that and the blah, 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 blah. If you can simplify it and map it down, whatever works for you, whatever method, if you try the Loomis method, if you look at like a how to draw anime book and that really resonates with you, no matter what you're looking at, if you find it, once you're done with that one, yeah, sure, we can do that. Yes, and then you can start looking at the lines and, well, where do I need the lines? I know where this is, but my value seems pretty good, so can I get rid of that line? Oh, cool. You start experimenting and you start growing into your own style. So whatever you look at, whether it's super simplified, you can start with a stick man and a little happy face and try to make that happy face into a more realistic happy face. Whatever it takes. Whatever starts resonating in the way that you start putting these things together. I guarantee you're seriously, like, I didn't really do anything here. Totally honest. I didn't really touch anything. I just kind of outlined what you already had. It looks great. You know what I mean? Like, you're looking great. You're off to the races. So I would say, yeah, just really embrace that. In fact, if you want to just do black and white stuff, not even worry about color, not even worry about texture, if you just want to get pencil sketches and do studies of like anime or manga, or, you know, if you do want to get real portraits and try to even bring them in and trace over those, Do you know what I'm saying? Like, that way you have the picture and you're like, okay, where is her nose going? And you're like, boop, no, that's not right. Like, oh, let me try to get that. What you're doing is you're training your brain to see the shapes. Once you see the shapes, man, oh man, you'll be cooking. Yeah, I would say just keep doing what you're, I mean, this is great. This is great. You know? It's awesome. I do love these brushstrokes, by the way. I do. I'm a sucker for them. So, but yeah, same thing here. And just as a nice little send off, let me go ahead. Let me sketch a little bit more. Just kind of show you real quick what my version of this would look like. See, and I even use the same lines you did right there. So yeah, you got the collarbone. It's going to hit right there. I just know that because it's going to go across and you have your shoulders. Then that's going to actually stem out a little from the hair. Got a little bit of hair back here. That's going to fold over. That's going to fold over. Beautiful. Beautiful. Cool. Look at that. Here you go. Fun, fun, fun. Yeah. Oh, dude. Greg's work in 3 months is going to be skyrocketing. Like, you're at such a cool point, Greg, because, like, once the one or two things just click and you're like, oh, I think I figured something out. Dude, you are going to slingshot. It is ridiculous. It's the coolest thing in the world because it's like you get in a race car and the race car has a rocket and it just blasts you off and you're onto this ride and like everything you start making works and you're like, whoa, it's almost like you have a superpower now and you don't know what to do with it. Like you're right on the cusp, brother. Like give me 2 more of these and I promise you it's going to start happening. I promise. You're literally right there. I guarantee it. Guaranteed. Great work. Huge round of applause to my friend Greg. Good work, brother. Fantastic. And as requested from Ivan, we're going to look at the whole queue real quick. We got Phoenix, then Ant, then Beef, then Liz, then Ivan, then Indian. Right? So we've only gotten through 1, 2, 3, 4. So I'm going to pick up the pace a little bit. The good news is, though, a lot of these things are going to start repeating. I'm going to start repeating a lot of the same things because all of us at a certain level, just the fundamentals. You know what I mean? The fundamentals. So we're going to work with Phoenix, but same thing. Like the difference. You can see the difference of the forms and stuff between these two, between Phoenix and Greg. Phoenix is a little further on in the progression, but you can see just what a few simple shapes, a few more solid like outlines and stuff. Like Greg, you're a week and a half away from getting here. You just keep at it for sure. So let's take a look at this. Okay. Copy. All right, let's take a look. This says, here's Phoenix. Here's my art for West. Check out on the Saturday live stream. I feel like I couldn't finish it and the hair was pretty difficult. Okay, I do know he also mentioned something about values and stuff. So this one's going to be a little bit of a bump up as far as the feedback, just because he's running into some problems that the next level runs into. Okay, so lighting looks cool here. Looks good. The hair is just notorious difficult. It's hard to make it not be a hat of hair. Like bloop, you just place something on someone's head. It's hard to make it actually stemming from a shape of a skull, right? So what we're gonna look at, here's something I love. This right here, this lost edge, Love it. Love, love, love. Because we have the rest of the shirt here. I'm going to paint in this one in black and white. Loving this shape. So you can even extend this shape up a little bit more. And your brain fills in the rest. Do you see what I mean? I didn't even complete that, but now it looks... It already did look like it was connected, but now you see what I'm saying? And like... This type of stuff, this is where we start getting into shape language. So the first thing I want to do is I want to come in and just the same way I did on Greg's, I'm going to add some lines to Phoenix's art. And I want you to see what happens. And we're going to do the same thing. We're going to do the tear ducts. We're going to do the laugh lines. We're going to do the lips. And then we might do a little bit of the chin. But I want you to notice something. Come in here. Remember, stronger up top, thicker up top. Same thing. Stronger up top, thicker up top. Same thing. Tear duct. We're going to slightly darken these eyebrows. Make them a little bit more pronounced. That's the only reason I'm doing that. Even if it doesn't quite match up with what the reference is showing, I just want to have these landmarks a little bit more contrasty, a little bit more contrast heavy, okay? But you can see, Phoenix has already started coming in and putting in some shapes for the lighting, maybe some Rembrandt light, stuff like that, okay? We're gonna do that line right there. In fact, we can do that. Here's another cool trick. You see how this is a 3/4 profile? This is something I learned from old Todd McFarlane. You use your line right here from your eyebrow and you connect it over like that. And you can kind of get rid of that a little bit, but still keep it a little bit darker. That is going to tell you where your eye socket stuff is, right? And do this, bring that in. Also, this little curve on the inside of the nose. I'm going to kind of draw that a little bit. Give a little bit more density and shape to the inside, right? So, same thing here. And you can see where the Cupid lines would be. Cupid's bow. The M is right there. Pretty bang on. Good work. Good work. So, we have this. It's going to be a little... right here. Cool. So we have that. Good job. Now, once again, we're going to talk about confident shapes. This is looking great. The only thing I would really change for right now is these confident shapes. So I would bring this over here. I would bring it all the way to the edge of the face because I would make the face a little more confident, right? Make this a little more rounded. A little more rounded. That's actually fine. We're going to embrace that. But then, same thing here. So the ear is a little out. So I'm going to crop that in just a little. Once again, I don't have the reference, so I don't know what this is. Overall, we can keep this. That's fine. Kind of do that here. Let me curve that out for the earlobe. Confident shape, confident shape. Come right here, confident, confident. Really kind of bring those geometric shapes in. You know what I mean? Really make sure that they're reading as much as possible as like one big brush stroke, because it's really going to show off more confidence in the work. which you should be confident. I mean, it looks great, you know? So, starting to have that. So here we can see where this got a little bit darker. That's great. Embrace that. And I would say even use this same dark under here to extend out here. Now it might be a little dramatic. It may not match exactly right, but something tells me it probably will because these values are pretty close, right? So once again, you're making that shape just more confident. And then we can even bring this up like this. Got it? More confident. Cool. Same value here. Same value there. Make this confident shape here. Clean up that edge right here. Clean up this neck edge right here. Direction of the brush strokes where the face meets the neck. Yeah, that gets a little tricky. So the way I see it usually, with the cheeks, I like to keep it circular. With the neck, I like to go down. Almost like I'm shaving. You know what I mean? Like, I literally think there's that. So, we have that here. Okay, so we just did our little bit of nuance here. So it's just enough to kind of pop it out a little more, right? Building on what's already there. It's looking great so far. Now let's get a little fancy. I want to get a little bit fancy, okay? Now, you know how we talked about the eye sockets and stuff? Let me come in and form them. Instead of drawing lines for them, let me use some of these values and form them. So this is going to come over here. This is going to extend out because it has to be a lip for the eye to like sit in, right? And then same thing down here. I'm gonna grab this. I'm gonna bring this down. Might be a little too far down, but that's fine because this side's also gonna come down. We're gonna build that shape, okay? We're gonna bring this shape back up. And this just comes from study. This just comes from doing like 20 or 30 SRO heads in a row. You kind of remember where some of these things are. So we have this, we have this. Now let's grab a little bit of light and come and make this other eye duct. Okay, it's gonna go in the shadow a little bit. What you can really do, we want to darken this a little bit because it's going to be kind of cast in shadow. We can darken the rest up here. Because we really want the light to catch on the part that's sticking out. So this part of the eye is actually coming down. It's more like, so the way the eye works, and then the eye is right here. The part up here is actually shaded down. The part here is kind of like, it's kind of a pocket, so it's still a little bit, but it means light catches right here. It's almost like a Pokeball or something. So you have that. Does that make sense? So this brow part is actually shadow. Anything under here is shadow until that cheekbone coming out in your eye duct catches the light. And you can kind of shape this around, shape this around. Do you see what I mean? So that's sort of what the eye is doing. Okay. So if we use that, so we can actually still, like, we could use that highlight, or if we want to follow that lighting rule, we can just make it a little bit lighter right here. But see how it'll come down here. Gonna get there. Gonna extend out the bridge of that nose. Also, this is a fun little deal. If you get a real big highlight, come over here where the plane of the nose changes to where it goes from up here to start coming down. That's where you can put your highlight dot. Your highlight dot works really well right there. You can also bring up a highlight line kind of up on that bridge. You see what I mean? Is Artset 4 the best oil painting app for the iPad? I don't know if I've used it enough to, like... I know Art Studio Pro is really good, but I did get a new brush pack for Procreate, and it's really freaking good. The Max oil brushes are great. I'm going to darken up that right here. Also, another thing, another secret that you can do to get a nicer kind of differentiation between the planes of the nose is, you see where that nose like comes down, like we go down and then we come down. If you use that darker part down here, because technically this part of the nose right here is on top of that. Does that make sense? And you can actually darken the line pretty well. Darken the line. And you're going to get a nice set of forms out of it. Right? Now, you can use these same highlights on top of the top eyelid. Okay? Gotcha. Which brush pack? I think it's the Max packs. Literally, if you just put Max packs and then put iPad oil in Google, it should come up. They're like $30, but they are worth every single penny. Is there a reference to this painting? I think there is. However, since this is a Patron Discord person, I do not have the reference available. So we're just using the imaginative Loomis sort of hybrid method to look at that. So we have something like that. Another fun trick. The bottom of your lip does not have, like, the skin comes in to the bottom of your lip. So a great trick to do that, take your face, you can take your face value, I guess, and make it a lost edge. It seems weird until, let me go ahead and clean that up, until you get another highlight, because you have to think, if the upper lip is coming in to where the mouth is, the lower lip is protruding out, meaning it's going to catch some light. Now it depends on, like, how much light, like, are you wearing lip gloss, or you know, that type of stuff. And the same thing here. I know I put those lines in to show that shape, but we can actually get rid of the lines on the top lip because the top of the lip is actually also going to catch light. You see what I mean? So this is where it's going. So these little bit of form, a little bit of nuance, a little bit more stuff, right? So we basically go from that to that. Just using a little bit of stuff. I would actually probably, in fact, I will get rid of the pure white in the eye. Also, if the light is coming from this way, if this is an orb, the light will get caught the same way the light's coming from. The light glint. Okay, cool. So this is just kind of a quick way to show that lips don't need lines at all. That's what I mean. Whenever I talk about like at the higher level stuff, like there is no such thing on the face as a line. They don't exist. That's what I mean. They don't need any. Like even these lines up here for the eye stuff, like that doesn't need to be there. So yes, but to get your basic like structure in, you're good to go. So big round of applause to Phoenix. Phoenix doing great. Basically, my recommendation, strengthen the shapes. They're already great. You already have some great lighting stuff. You'll notice I didn't even really mess with lighting at all because the lighting's pretty spot on. I just extended out some of the shadows, made them a little more dramatic by extending the shapes and stretching them. But that's it. Okay. Yeah, values are pretty much dead on and looking good. Looking good. So Phoenix with a winner for sure. Right there. So we're moving on here. We got Ant. Here we go. Copy some good old medieval goodness. Right? Cool. So Ant says, here's a piece I'd like to submit for the live stream. If there's one specific problem I'd have to point out, I'd say it feels rather flat. Something I noticed with a lot of my other pieces. Other than that, I'd appreciate general criticism on things I did wrong and what I can do to improve it. So I'm very Bob Ross in this way. There are no mistakes, no problems, just things you can improve on or make more impactful. Okay? So, I love the storytelling already. So what do you think the first thing I'm going to say is? It's the same thing we did with Brent's. And the reason why you believe that this seems flat is because it kind of is. The values need to be a little bit more dynamic, a little further apart in the contrast side of things. So I would say we could just get away with lightening the out here, right? So I want to say if this is like a creature coming out of the smoke, at least that's kind of what I see whenever I see this, which I think is really cool. That's a cool idea. So what if we did this? I'm just going to take a brightness contrast layer. I'm going to crank the brightness. I'm going to lower the contrast a little bit. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go on the mask layer. I'm going to get my airbrush. I'm going to airbrush everything that's in the foreground. What I'm going to do right now. automatically. Alex, what's up, my friend? So automatically, there's some more contrast, right? Let's say we even want to kind of show this out to maybe like the darkness kind of goes towards on the mask layer. I'll just bring up that because black is basically like full erase, but since it's working with a value scale, the closer you get to white, the more transparent, so you can like kind of ease yourself into these, right? So you have something like this. There you go. Then I'm just going to take a stab at it, kind of what I'm seeing. What I would do, I love the shape of that monster. So let's really hone in on that monster. Let's kind of cut away some of this right here. Let's kind of hit here, right? You know what this actually reminds me of? There's a Greg Rutkowski painting. It's a real famous painting he did too, that this reminds me of. It's a dragon in a cave, and there's a big battle happening. It's almost this composition. This composition works super well. Yeah, you bet, Sean. Thanks for hanging out, man. Great to see you. So let's do this. And then we can definitely bring these out once again. I'm gonna mess with our values a little bit, give our silhouette here. Silhouette, the weapon a little more. Cool. So once again, don't be afraid to be too obvious, right? We have something like that. Now, if we want to get to the fun stuff, let me get... What am I looking for? I need... Is it Derek Zabrocki set? Is that where they are? Chalk, chalk, chalk. Texture, charcoal, dust, clouds. Here we go. Let's get some clouds. All right. Let's bring this up. Cloud brush on there. Lighten that up a little. Lighten these up. Clouds. I love cloud brushes. They're just fun to use. I like them a lot. Okay. We have something like this. You know. So really, it's just values. Okay. So there, just that right there. Is a great place to kind of start, right? So if I come over here, so I didn't really touch too much. I just lightened that background, added some kind of cloud stuff to it, made this shape a little like V shape. Therefore, our monster or our entity will break that shape to draw focus. You have something like that, which once again kind of goes back to Brent's piece and Sherry's piece, and to where now you're building these value ranges, and the further you go out, the brighter things get, and the closer you get, the darker things get. Okay, so you already had that. I just sort of bumped it, I guess, and see, we kept the And it's funny now, that sword actually reads brighter now. You know what I mean? Even though it's surrounded by lighter colors, it reads brighter. So something like that. So really, this is the only thing I would bring up on this. That's really the way to get rid of the flatness. So if I come over here, duplicate layer, and bring this on top, and color. So that already, you know what I mean? Like, so if I do like select all, edit, copy, merge, edit, paste, boom. So we went from that to that. It makes it read better. It gives you more wiggle room. You can design more stuff. You can put more texture in. Like, it frees you up to be able to do so much, right? But overall, fantastic. I know this was a quick one, but didn't need a lot, really. It's a value thing. It always is. For me, values are everything. So with the values there, you got that, and then you still kind of like, ooh, what is that monster? What does it look like? Oh, it's in the fog. I can't quite make it out. Like, you're adding that drama, the same drama that the knights are running into. They're like, what in the world? What is that? I can't see it because it's in the fog. It's coming towards us. Oh God. You know what I mean? Moody atmosphere, so I end up with a lot of overcast style lighting where the values are too similar. That's a tricky thing to do. It's tough. I mean, like I said on my values video, 100% of my career is built on values. Whenever I make a painting, that's my number one thing. How do the values read? That's it. I don't care about color. I don't care about texture. I don't care about edges. I don't care about nothing. If the values don't work for me, if they don't allow me to easily see what I'm looking at, the rest of it's bunk. You know. But yeah, so this is dope. And like, look at these cool. This is cool, man. This is cool. Look at these brush strokes here. And see, even the brush strokes, they become more pronounced. Like, you do yourself more favors when you get those values in there. Bang on, man. Well done. Well done to Alex. Big round of applause. Well done. I'm doing it real quiet because it's 3 a.m. Where's my thing? There it is. Cool. Oh, that's Ant. My mistake. Not Alex. Beef. Beef. Paste. So, let me bring this up. All right. Right now, my dilemma is I'm still newish and would like to know if I'm on the right track. I just bought a couple of James Gurney books on lighting and imaginative realism and your book on Krita digitally back in May, and we'll be working through them all soon. So you answered your own question. By buying a James Gurney book, you are absolutely on the right track. I enjoy a wide variety of different art styles, but I'm trying to lean towards a painterly one that's somewhat scratchy and texturous. Sounds familiar. I did use the canvas texture you had in one of your videos and been playing around with that and a noise layer on different pieces to add some variance, but I will probably be messing around with trying to make my own types of textures just to have a little more ownership over what I make. Totally fair. Yeah, that's a great way to build your style. I have both the image with the canvas and without the canvas if it helps with critiquing. So I chose the one, I have both of them, but I chose the one without the canvas texture because I want to bring up something that us as artists do all the time, and it drives us all crazy. All right? Yeah, value does the work, color gets the credit. And that's the old saying. So, overall, fantastic work on this piece so far. This, without a shadow of a doubt, is the most complicated thing that we've seen all night. Because my logic analytical brain is like ping-ponging right now. Because there's so much to worry about with this piece. It's such a difficult piece to do. This I don't think I could make this work super well because of how intricate all of the details are going to work together. We as artists, and this is my little rant, I know I've had like 10 of them, but bear with me. We as artists love to make our jobs way harder than they have to be. So we're setting up ourselves for like slamming our head against the keyboard. Because this is super difficult. This right here, because now you're having to do math. Okay, if the moon is this, but it's covered by 65% of the deal, and then you have this, and then the light is coming off of it. If the light is projecting off of it, and then you have your pillars here, and they're getting closer to the deal, and then whenever they do the cast shadow, and then the cast shadow angle, to see where I messed up. So I do that too, absolutely. So first off, value check, of course. But do you see what I mean? Like, we love. It's like a fine wine to us. Us as artists love to make our lives harder. Because things like this are insanely difficult. I don't think I would tackle this. I would try to find another way to solve the problem. Really. Because you have the darkness of space and the pure highlight of the moon. And then you have all this other stuff that has to get the lighting from both. That you have to start balancing that complete darkness with the complete light and the big blowout light. And you've done well because you can see the gradient of the light here. You can see the cast shadow and you did the angle, you did the math. Like, okay, here's my point. I'm going to do a 1-point perspective, find all my shadow lines. That's exactly right. That's exactly what I would do. Like verbatim. The only thing I could think of doing here is as the pillars get closer, use a harder brush. Show you what I mean. Because this is closer to us, yeah, you can adjust the values as well. Like you can make these darker. Right, make that darker, and that makes that darker. And then actually you would get that because this would be... But here's where things would like get difficult. You know what I mean? So, okay, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do this, we're gonna bring that up, we're gonna bring that up, we're gonna bring this up, we're gonna bring this up. Because you also have to account for the bounce light coming up off of it into the shadows. So that's what I mean. This is an insane, difficult. This is almost like just a puzzle more than it is a painting. And it's not, nothing you did is wrong. Like there's no, that's not like a knock or like literally, I do this all the time. To where I like this idea and I like the idea of blank and blank and blank. But then I start doing it. I'm like, what did I get myself into? Right? So if I do this, bring this up, bring this up. And see, this is just like a quick... See, and even like that, it mixes the values, but that one's in front. Then how do I do that? So this is what I mean. Like, I'm going to start bringing this up a little bit. Bring that one up a little bit more. Great. Bring that one up a little bit more. Stop it right there. Boom. 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 Boom, boom, boom. Still working with values. So then we're going to get something lighter. And really you can come in and kind of kiss these with some highlights, right? Anything that faces the light gets the light. Because if it's light enough that it can literally cause like this supernova effect, it's also light enough that it can highlight everything in the piece. Does that make sense? Because you have to look at the intensity of your light source. And if it's literally the sun bouncing off of the moon, that's a pretty intense light source. You know what I'm saying? So let's do that. Let's build some of these shapes. Let's do that. Just brought that in. I don't even know why I added that. I just did. We got that. We got that. Let me build some of these. Got that. Cool. Okay. This one actually comes up a little more. So, all right. So really we're just playing at getting this worked out. And it's all based on values, right? So once again, values are the thing. Okay. Duplicate layer. Color. Then what you can do, come back here, we can get this. I'm gonna go ahead and make this area a little darker. And the reason why, once again, is it is going to give us a little bit of wiggle room, okay? And you'll see why that's important here in a second. Because we're gonna darken this. We're going to darken, we're going to darken, we're going to darken. So, those highlights we just put down on our structure, seeing a little bit more. They're a little bit brighter, you know. Got this, but also you can come with your pure white or close to it and start digging in some brush strokes on where the light is catching in between here. The same way you did with the dark spots. And come back around here, do that yet again, right around where the lights are. Because what this is going to do is build a sense of kind of the specular highlight that the light is catching, little craters and nuances and stuff on the ground. You're basically just setting yourself up for more success because now you're retelling the audience that this light is so bright, it's catching all these little things too. Not only the big shapes, but the little ones too. Right? You see what I mean? So it's going to give you a little bit more room to play. And then did the right thing here. Back here, it's darker because it's closer to us. Really embrace that. Bring some more texture in. Maybe come over to the side, something like that. Some there. You can even do a little bit, yeah, if you want to get the shadow color that you have those cast shadows already. You can hit something like that. Bring in some of these. Cool. And then you'll watch your values. As it gets further away, it's going to be less apparent. But then grab the highlight. Boom. And see, what's nice is your pillars are acting like slices of light. So anything that's not caught in a cast shadow will actually be hit by the light. Does that make sense? So, yeah, we went from there we go. So, just little bits. We went from this to this. So you're starting to bring in more shapes. You're starting to bring in more of the forms of the pillars actually standing tall. You can still play with kind of the intensity of the cast shadows but you're going to see that the contrast is higher the closer you get. It fades out a little more the further you get away. And then you can add some nuances here to kind of help your audience along in saying that the light is catching stuff. And of course, you know, you have that glow right there. If you wanted to special effects it up a little bit, you can of course grab a little blue color, get an airbrush, you can color dodge. Get some of that right there. You know. So you just do something like that. Cool? All right. So hopefully that was helpful. I would just worry about the forms. I would worry about that. But like I said, Beef, we are our own worst enemy. This is an extremely difficult composition to be able to get and nail down with the shapes and stuff. What you could also do with this, I don't know how comfortable you are with like 3D programs, like building like just blocks and putting lights around it and stuff. Like a 3D block out would be kind of perfect for this. If you just build the pillars up and then put a really big spotlight that shines, that way you could see how the intensity of it and like how it would like, I think it'd be really cool. Because yeah, this all comes down to geometric shapes and then how it's lit, and it gets real tricky because then like sometimes your cast shadow goes over. Oh, perfect. So yes, if you want to build this in 3D, go for it. Because I think that would be a rad thing to do, because then you could see how a point light or a spotlight or an area light might hit these forms, these primitives, and get you. Really, the fun part about this composition would be in the cast shadows. What are the shadows doing? They're like intersecting and making cool like lanes that your eyes go through. I mean, really cool stuff. So, Beef, round of applause, my friend. You are super brave. Super brave. Someone would have to pay me to mentally wrap my mind around this, to bring it to, like, that's a hard composition, man. That's super tough. So well done. Yeah, once again, you have the right idea. Just keep pushing and doing amazing, man. Well done. Liz, here we go. So we got 3 left. So Liz, this one's a fun one. This one's really, really cool. Liz is fantastic. So let's go here. Boom, boom, boom. And she did send Photoshop files and things like that, but the only thing I was really going to cover was I can just do it off this one right here. Here we go. So Liz finished up the painting, time-lapse to show workflow. I was intending to try pushing the colors a little more so it's a little less photorealistic and have more brushstrokes showing. I also forgot to paint in the laces where the bow quiver is tied to the tailpiece. For the live stream, Dumb and Clip Studio. I would drop a Google link to the file and clip and PSD if you really want to get into the weeds. So, really, I think this looks great. I think this looks awesome. So, the thing I want to bring up is something we already brought up a little bit, but is the give and take of texture. The give and take of brushstrokes, the give and take of wanting a thing to look like a painting is very strong. However, differences in brush density, in edge control, that's where you're really going to start finding form, and you're really going to start finding kind of your artistic voice. So I would say the shape of this is perfect. It is bang on. It's super cool to see even like this. Let me get that. There we go. Like this dip looks awesome. Like there's some really great stuff here. And like you can see where the form is actually picking up some of this. But you need to go all the way with it. So the bow here and stuff, and I mean you can see how cool, like look at the intricacy. Like Liz is kind of a genius at the line art of all of her stuff on the Discord and the Patreon and stuff. All of it's been bang on. Like really great confident line art, super good. Even the bridge right here, I think that's the right term. I play guitar, I don't play violin, but string instruments usually have a bridge to where the strings go through and then the nut catches on the, so yeah, all that stuff, the frets and all that. So this, that part looks great. Looks great. Value check. Let's do that, Phil. Because I think what we can do to get more enriched colors, we can probably play more with our values. Okay. Select all. Copy merged. Let's go to paste. Cool. Gotcha. Let me get out my soft brush. Let me get out my hard brush. My all sorts of stuff. We're going to airbrush this. We're going to pick that. We're going to paint a little more. What I'm doing is I am finding the areas where the instrument would protrude out, and I'm rounding the highlights. I'm also going to try to find the areas where I know the instrument is going away from the light, and I'm putting in more shadows. I don't even have the reference up. I'm just going to try to use imagination on this. I just want to sell the fact that this is a... thank you so much for all the feedback. Appreciate it. Means a lot. Yeah, you bet, man. Have a great night, Brent. Take it easy, brother. So yeah, I'm just looking at these forms and trying my best to really bring them out to fruition. Okay. Get that. Okay. Now, same thing for this bow part right here. Let me go ahead and get my olive brush. I know that may not be correct as per the reference. However, this is closer to us, therefore I want it to be darker. It's usually a pretty safe bet. Anytime you want to bring something closer to you, just make it darker. And like with color theory, if you want something to get closer to you, make it warmer. If you want it to go into the background and recede, make it cooler. Same thing with light and dark. If you want it to look like it's closer to you, make it darker. If you want it lighter, Or if you want it to go further away, make it lighter. Yeah, you bet. Thank you very much. Thanks for hanging out. Cool. So we have that, and then there's something that Liz started doing that I think is super cool. You see that little hit of light right there? Let's run with that. Let's run with that. Because she's exactly right. The light, we come up here. Got that. Same thing here. Bottom's gonna catch the light, right? Bottom's gonna catch it because of the way our deal is. Hands are getting a little shakier. It's late. Please forgive me. Okay. Something like that. Cool. Same thing here on the bridge. I'm gonna call it the bridge. If it's facing the light, it gets the light. If not, I am going to darken it. And if we established that our light is coming from the top, okay. Let's do that. Also, this will be in shadow. Shadow. The light's coming from the top there. And the shadow. A little bit of shadow. I don't want to break the shape though. The shape is great. Liz does such a good job with the shape. And I want to keep that shape. Okay. Same thing here. Piece of metal. Remember, everything has to be hit essentially the same way, right? If we make a rule, if we're saying, okay, the light is coming from the top, then we have to follow through with it. You have to follow through with it. I'm going to do that. Yeah, so here I'm going to budge this a little bit. And I know I'm kind of working quicker on this one. Liz is pretty experienced at her illustration style, so I just want to get her to the good stuff. Okay, I want to get her to the good stuff. So hopefully, and then like the bow right here, if it was getting hit with light, it would actually be getting hit right here, and it would be darker coming around here. Does that make sense? Bring that out. Same thing here. Let's catch the light here, here. Let's also bring this around. I don't even know if this is metallic, but sure. Right? I know this bridge attaches like that. If it's anything like my, which it might not be, anything like my guitars. Once again, kind of the same thing we talked about with the kind of the Dragon Ball look. Let's go ahead and let's clean up just this little tiny bit. I love these shapes that Liz made, so I want them to be able to shine. You know what I'm saying? And I know there's supposed to probably be a lip there, like to catch that. But if that's true, guess what? we're going to come in and do this. We're going to catch it. We're going to catch it. Curve that out a little bit, clean it. Okay. So, I mean, that might be overkill right there with that outline, but I just hope it shows kind of what I'm doing. And like we have this right here, and yeah, you can tell she already had where the light was kind of right here, but then that shape is good. We got that one. We can extend this out. We can extend that out. Let's bring this in, cast that shadow there, bring these over. So really I'm just looking at it like forms. Like, what are the forms? Where do they go? What are we looking at here? And then good to go. So then we're gonna hit that. I'm gonna hit these right here. Cool. That looks to be a little darker, so maybe something like that. Maybe that. Really, I mean, that's probably about it. But hopefully, this kind of shows the type of thing I'm going for. Okay. I didn't even really talk about the cast shadow or any of that stuff, but let's just keep it focused on the violin, on the what's the other term for violin? Fiddle? Is that right? I don't know. My brain stopped working a while ago. So what we have, let me duplicate the layer. Boom. Bring in color. So if you notice, the colors are already reading a little bit more rich. We didn't even touch the colors. You know what I'm saying? So we have it right here. And just by adding the little bit of that, like right down here, a little bit of that shadow. So this just deals with values. I didn't change the hue. I didn't touch any of the colors. This is how it was before. This is how it is now. You already have more contrast. You have more contrast. You have more shape. You do have more saturation and vibrancy because of the chroma of this brown. Works really well in the darker midtones, in kind of the form shadows, as it were, right? Also, the little highlights, that's all I added, but now they catch enough and they differentiate themselves from the rest of the color that it pops more. So that's what I mean, guys. Whenever I talk about like values, if you just look at them and just worry about those, it really helps with every aspect of an image, every single aspect of it. Value for my money is the thing. The thing. Cool. So we had right here. We have right there. There you go. Kind of kept that around. I probably could fix that part. But hopefully you saw what I mean. Like, just use a soft brush, kind of round the form, make it really slick. And then that's also going to bring out the rest of your brushwork. Because if the rest of your brushwork has the texture and stuff, using a smooth round or, you know, a soft or an airbrush is really going to make all those other textures pop because you have the contrast. Okay? So, round of applause for Liz. Wonderful work. Beautiful, beautiful drawing, beautiful painting. Just great work all around, man. Just super good. Right, and then we got two more. We got Ivan, and then we got Ignian. So, boom, 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 boom. Beautiful. Dude, I'm so excited for this one, Ivan. What I'm going to show you is going to blow your mind. For real. I played with it last night because I was like, wait a minute. And I tried something and I was like, I'm going to show him that. Okay. So Ivan. Really happy with the plate curious and the hat, but for some reason it doesn't feel like the colors are harmonizing too well. Maybe it lacks something to tie them all together. Took me 3 hours total. So first off, well freaking done, dude. Well done. Love it. Love the shapes, love the silhouette, love the fingers. The fingers I was marking out. I was like, dude, I gotta study that. That's awesome. Like, the shapes are right. It's sick. Love it. Love, love, love. The only thing I'm going to talk about, we can do value check all day. We can do all that, but your values are fine. If you want to talk about color harmony, oh, that was my back. I don't know if you guys just heard that. Let's talk about color harmony. So, the thing about color harmony, it sounds stupid and reductionist, but I learned this literally a few months ago. Find one color to be your mother color. And by mother color, I mean it is the color all other colors have in it. And I can see your mindset that you had that, because I can see these subtle grays. I can see this subtle gray. I can see that you used a bluer, cooler gray. And you're doing all the right things. Whatever faces the light gets the light. Right? Whatever faces the light gets the light. So we're backlit, which is already kind of a tricky thing to do. Seems like it'd be easy, but it's not really all that easy. And it's an open sky, so you have kind of a big giant diffuser known as atmosphere that changes this. So we will do a quick value check so I can bring up just one thing. But then I want to show you all the fun stuff I geeked out about color. Okay. This feather part is perfect. That feather's perfect. Absolutely perfect. I want you to use this same highlight around it some other places. In fact, I would actually crank this up a little, because the sun has a tendency to really blow stuff out. So I'm going to come around just a little. Just kiss it a little bit more with some of these bright whites, okay? I mean, overall, these are bang on, dude. Like, great freaking work, man. Great confident shapes coming up. Super good. Remember here, we do the same thing. Remember here, and see, I can already tell that you had the lighting there and stuff like that. Here. You know, it can be a little much, maybe, but, you know, you got to, I mean, ain't nothing I'm going to show you that you don't already know. You know what I mean? Like, this is all, I would just keep the shape there. Just let it do the work for you. You work so hard to get the shape render right, just go ahead and do that. Even though it's not technically correct, it helps define the shape more. So you're like, you're emphasizing, you're bringing it to the forefront, right? Okay, great, perfect. So do that, duplicate layer, boom, color, boom. Okay, so we got a little more highlights, sure, all well and good. So I would say for your mother color, absolutely use the sky. The sky is your biggest source of light. It's your biggest source of color. And it's already dominating the picture, which it should. The way your composition works, it should. Totally. I can see that you used blue, like here. You know, you use the gray, you use the cooler color, which is absolutely the right thing to do. I want to show you something real quick. I'm going to grab this exact color. I'm going to get an airbrush. I'm going to do something crazy, okay? Watch. Now, I'm going to grab this color down here because I like it, okay? It's also blue. Yeah, that's right. Okay. So I want you to basically make a gradient of whatever color. Usually it's going to be the thing that's your biggest light source, your most intense light source, something like that. In fact, you can even up the saturation on this and bring this down. But I want you to paint the gradient. I don't want you to do a gradient fill. I don't want you to don't use a gradient map. I want you to actually get an airbrush and come and do this. It's on a normal layer. Put a soft light. So what happens, it seems a little washed out, right? But what it did do is it got your colors to harmonize within the blues, within those colors that you have. What it did is it harmonized them, correct? Now, what I want you to do, this seems really silly. Select all, edit, copy merged, make a merged copy of that, of this exact thing. I'm going to hide that the actual like the actual airbrush layer. I actually hid the airbrush layer, okay? Now, all we have is your original that you have, and then this copy, okay? Go ahead, change the top copy to color. Now your values are the same. All those values you worked so hard on, done. It's already done. The great thing about doing it this way, because here's where we were, here's where we're at. It introduced blue into every single color you already had. So now blue is your mother color. It's the thing that's tying all of your colors together. Let's say you don't like the intensity of that. Since it's on its own layer, you can lower the intensity of it. But the fact is now you introduce that to be your bridge that like combines it all together. It glues it together. And for a real fun pop, make a mask. Come in here. And the stuff you want to be super rich. So I would say the stuff right next to the highlight. Just right next to the highlight. Come in. And get rid of that mother color. Dude, this is a freaking game changer. When I learned how to do this, I was like, are you kidding me? Do you know where I learned this? From Games Workshop artists. This is how they color code all of their cool, like big epic, like your Igor Sid, your Thomas Elliott, like all these people. This is how they would compress and condense their colors to harmonize them within like 12 seconds. I was blown away. I was blown away. And see how we had the little hits of the saturation right here. Little hits. You can even bring some of that saturation back, even in places where it doesn't really make sense. because it's up to you. It's really up to you. Whatever your control is, whatever you want. But now, select all. I'm going to copy merge this. We're going to compare and contrast, okay? Because, I mean, you already had a freaking winner. You know what I'm saying? So, like... And it's not a huge change. It's not a huge change. Here's what we had. Already looks stellar. But then the say... It's so subtle. You can crank it down, you can crank it up, but like... But that's the thing. It doesn't need to be a lot. You don't need to completely rework everything. If you already got a winner, yes, that totally... Well, I do that. And in fact, the way that I've started making all my colors harmonize is I do put in the local color first. And then I come in later and do this. Okay, what colors are the atmosphere? What colors are the surroundings? Or if the light, if the, torch light is hitting something or whatever, go in, put orange. But then I'll come in, do that, and then I can control it. So yes, I know exactly what you mean, because I did this for only past 6 months. Have I started doing this? And it's changed the game entirely. So like, here's where we were. Here's where we are. Because now your temperature is the same as your light source. Because here it looks really good, but it's warm. And yeah, we could think of theory of, oh, well, if the light is cool and it comes down, then things in the shadow are warm, because that's what it says in like James Gurney's book or whoever's book or whatever. And then you have the give and the take, and depending on the intensity of the light and blah, blah, blah. But then I was like, well, what makes the image look better? If the colors harmonize, right? Boom. Subtle. Super subtle, but now it looks like, yeah, like the sleeves. Yeah, so the sleeves are the big ones, because you see how this is almost like a warm gold, which works, and I think it's a beautiful color. But whenever you taper it down just a little bit with a little bit of blue, it ties it closer into the green. And because this green is warm, whenever you add that blue, it tempers it, like, but it doesn't desaturate it. Not necessarily. It can, and in some places it does, but you're not desaturating the whole picture. In fact, you're introducing another color. You're doing the opposite of desaturating. So even if it's a subtle shift, my thing is, when I saw the skin, I knew it was like game on. Because like, here's where it was, nice and warm. I really do like it. But this looks like he's in the environment. Just that little hit. But you can still see the warms. You can still see the cools. You can still see the highlights. You can still see the shadows. You can still, everything's still there. But they're being tempered by what's around it. And the beard's a game changer too, because now that bounce light just became blue. It just became the color of your light source, which is right. If the light's coming down and it's coming up off of water. Now let's say you like the really warm down here because that's closer to the sand. Let's say he's on the beach, right? Which I think he is. So let's say, right? Let's say we have that. So let's do that. Okay. I'll come over here. You can actually get rid of stuff facing down. So you can mask out anything that faces down, because that does get the warm light. Does that make sense? So yeah, like that. And so now it's even more subtle, but it still works. So it's really up to you how you want to work that. So yeah, it's the mother color. What color is mixing all of your other colors? But of course, I mean, it doesn't even have to be said, but big round of applause for Ivan. Unbelievable piece, dude. Ridiculous. But for color harmony, that's the secret. Just blast whatever color you want and then just start mixing either with like a overlay layer, soft light. Soft light has the best look in my opinion, but play with those blending modes and then kind of see what you got. And you'll be stunned at how much it just ties it all in. But well done, my friend. Well done. And last, certainly not least, Ignian. Oh yeah. Copy. Boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Cool. Value check. Cool. All right. So let's take a look-see. So, Ignian, if you're still here, what would you like me to touch on, my friend? I mean, overall, it's looking good. I do really appreciate the different brushes you used for the hair. Left no comment. Cool. So stuff that I really like. The texture brush you use for the hair and also the chest hair. Genius. It's genius to use that. Yeah, no problem, Ivan. No, dude, well done. You got to show me how you did the hand thing, man. That was sick. But okay, so Ignian, you have great, like looking good on the texture stuff. I mean, that stuff is bang on, you know. I will say this is a very difficult face angle because it all depends on where light is hitting and where you're going to get your shadows. So the first thing I want to do, I am just going to work in values, okay? The first thing I want to do, just like we did with the other portrait stuff, is kind of come in and work a little bit on the eyes. I'm liking them a lot. There just needs to be a little more detail telling us the structure of the eye, I guess. So if we have this, I'm going to come in, I'm going to bring this in here. Bring this in here. Okay. Let me grab that. And even on men, make that top line, make it thicker than that bottom line is, okay? In fact, let me change kind of the angle of where this eye is looking. In fact, let me just do that. Grab that, bring it back. Cool. All right. So, making eye contact there. That's good. Great. Now, we are going to, and I'm going to keep the light source. So, it looks to me like the light source is coming from back behind, kind of sideways, almost like he's lounging in a beach chair. Like, that's what I imagine. He's just here. He's like, boom. And he's just chilling. He's dude are just chilling, doing his thing. So that's kind of the vibe we're going to go for. Okay. I am going to, and this seems like it wouldn't work, but I'm actually going to make this a little more solid of a shape by using that white because it's catching light. Okay. Remember what we talked about the eyebrow coming down? The eyeball is kind of in the middle, and then the cheek part kind of comes back out. Using arms to create shade, at least was the idea. Oh, well, that's cool. Because that changes quite a bit. So I wonder. I'm going to do something a little crazy. I don't know if this will be the actual like critique or whatever, but you just gave me an idea. So if we have, let me do this. If we have the arms creating shadow, is that right? I'm going to trace the contour lines here. And then I want to try something. I've always loved the look of this. I want to see if I can do it. I know I'm pretty much getting rid of all of your beautiful brush texture, but I'm hoping this makes sense. Sometimes you just got to try stuff, you know? Let's see, how would I do this? Okay. So the secret with lighting like this, and it's something that I'm trying to practice and get better at and stuff, all of your shadow needs to be one value. Because there's no such thing as a shadow within a shadow, right? So whenever you're in shadow like this, everything comes down to local value. So like, that's technically the value of that, because it's not a shadow, that's just where the eye is. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, and then if we look at that, the palm has to be right here. Finger has to be right there. The darker value has to be right there. I mean, the anatomy's all, my paint over is kind of all jacked up with that, you know, but we're really gonna build forms, okay? This is super, super, super important whenever you're dealing with lighting like this, okay? We're also gonna get the area where the light catches the oil on the nose where the nostrils are. You're also gonna catch a little bit of that. You're gonna bring in that light blowout there because you're also gonna darken the lips here because we're gonna hit there. I'm gonna extend the beard out a little bit. I am going to kind of mess with the values on the beard, so I hope you don't mind. Because with light like that, you're gonna get a lot of really interesting, like harsher value shifts. Okay. Make sure it's well maintained. Dude looks like he takes care of himself. Come back here with that darker. So the same thing. So the nice thing about this is if you're gonna go whole hog on lighting like this, you gotta do it. You gotta just embrace the chaos a little bit. And you gotta really kind of go for it. You know. You gotta really get in there and make it happen. You can even do just kind of the bridge right there. Let's see. Then actually this would be blocked over. You can hit there, you can hit. So yeah, I hope this is kind of making sense where I'm going. So yeah, it's not kind of a perfect deal, but you already had such good, strong lighting that once again, let's keep pushing it. Let's just push it all there. And then what's nice, this kind of brings in like if he has like chest right here, it's also going to be nice because if like the dude has a kind of a built chest, you know, you can bring some of that light onto the hairs, kind of like you already did. And then we can give that like chest pocket, you know, like if his pecs are here, then that little kind of diamond shape where the collarbones meet. It's funny, we had apparently we had Taryn Fiddler in our chat earlier. If you want to talk about somebody who is a genius at lighting and like big pecs and like trying to, Taryn Fiddler is one of the best in the world at it. That's why I was kind of like stunned he was here. I still don't believe it, by the way. I don't think that's true. I think it was a rib. Somebody ribbed me. So here we go. So okay, so I'm just kind of like kind of coming in and doing some stuff now, but hopefully you can kind of see what we're really going for, right? Yo, at the later stage. So I mean, that's kind of the artist thing. You know what I mean? Like, that's the thing. If we have a reference, we want to stick to it because for whatever reason we have, we think that, you know, our value as an artist is how well we can look at a reference and get it down one-to-one. Because I still fall for it. I fall for that trap all the freaking time. And it ain't worth it. It ain't worth it. So there's actually something kind of freeing about not using any reference at all. And just kind of like, what looks cool? That looks cool. And kind of going for it, you know? But we're actually getting to the point. Let me darken that. Let me darken it a little bit more. Okay. you know, and the lighting's probably not exactly right and all this other stuff, but hope it makes for a little more kind of something interesting to work with. Do you know what I mean? And then this will actually come up too. We'll kind of fill that in. And then right. So you got that. And I know I just broke my own rule about no shadows within shadows, but once again, it looks cool. So why not? All right. So we have something like that. Okay. Duplicate layer. I'm going to bring this up. Boom. Color. And this is where you can come in here. Let me get that color. I'm gonna come in here. I'm gonna get the nice bright red of the nose. Yeah, rule of cool. Absolutely, every time. Always works. Always works. Okay. So, and then we have that. So then we can start color grabbing. We can start grabbing, and if there's some shadows here, then maybe I want something like that. Bring this in. What I will do, let's do this. That's yellow. This is gonna look kind of weird, but it's a little overkill, but let me temper that a little bit. So see, we're going to change the temperature a little bit, not much. So if we want to talk about like just give us a little more something to work with, right? So that's fine. Then you can come in with your actual color layer or your actual just painting layer. And then you can come in and start really refining stuff and like making things work a little bit more. So yes, it is going to change the values a little bit, but like I said, some of the values are meant to be broken a little bit. Like you can break the rules as long as you have a reason. Let me bring that. So yeah, any major adjustments you do, you can just use them as like an underpainting of sorts, right? Come back in with a cool texture brush. Something like so. Beard's looking pretty good. Let's bring that in, a darker red, right? So, yeah, so this is kind of just keeping the main vibe of what you got. I didn't want to change it too much. And then what we can do, let's say he has green eyes, because if you have that right there, Got some really cool green eyes. Pop that a little bit. Pop that. So, just a little something right here, that nice blowout. Then we can even temper that a little more. There you go. Now it looks like Vincent van Gogh. So, but hopefully, it's, you know, it's just fun to try stuff sometimes. Like, you just try it. You never know. So select all, edit. Edit, copy, merge. There we go. Edit, paste. So that's what I mean. We got it here. Okay. So if we get started right here. Okay. So this is where we started. This is where we ended up. But I do like kind of the nice luminosity that you have here. So let's say I wanted to add that to the other one, to this one. I'm just going to do our old standby. I'm going to grab this, bump up the saturation, grab my airbrush, color dodge, and hit it. There you go. So there you go. Boom. That daddy zaddy. That's a zaddy right there with a Z. There it is. Cool. Then let's make it final. Let's merge it down onto that layer. So we start right here. We have that nice we had that really nice light coming in, just really shining on the character. So I wanted to kind of emphasize that. Now, remember, this is without reference. This is without actually studying how the light would do. What I would really do in this situation, I would take a reference picture of me like this, and then have one of my lights coming up. Zaddy. That's what I would do to make sure I had the contours right, to make sure I understood where the light was hitting. You see what I mean? Like, my arm's like this, but it's like this over here. Like, what's it blocking, and what shade does this become, and where's the bounce light here? And I'd look at all that, right? But just as a proof of concept, like, this is something I would send to the art director. If they're like, hey, we have this idea and we have this quick sketch. What could you make a thing to where maybe the light is a little more dramatic, or, you know, he's casting a shadow or something? And then you send them. This would be great. You send it in like, you mean something like this? And then they go, oh yeah, that's great. Yeah, push forward with that. Then that's when you would come in. You would make sure the anatomy's right on the nose. You know what I mean? You would come and do all the nuanced stuff that would really make it work. But as far as just like proof of concept and stuff, dude, unbelievably good. Look, I wouldn't have been able to do any of my stuff if you didn't already set up everything where it needed to be. So well done, Ignian. Super well done, my friend. Big round of applause for Ignian right there. Save changes, no, that's fine. And you know what, guys? That's it. That's it. That's all 11. I think I've been live for like 5 hours now. That's all 11, technically 12 pieces of art that we have done the full feedback stream. We done did it. First one in the bag, baby. Beautiful. I hope you guys saw some stuff. Oh, dude, thank you so much, man. I appreciate you. No, dude, the pleasure is all mine. Like I said, you had it down. You had it there. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is. There you go. There's a 5 hour. Yeah, I think I started at 11, a little after 11, and it's 4:20. Blaze it. Why was I think? Oh, I had my Alien Romulus showtime was 420 today, and it made me laugh. So, hey, it's a theme. It's a theme. But that's it, guys. That is my time for the stream. 5 hours, ridiculous. But yes, what I am going to try to do is try to go in and timestamp these. If anyone wants to, like, if you want to watch through and if you want to send me timestamps or something, I would definitely appreciate it. You don't have to. Trust me, I can do it. That's part of my job. So I'm gonna through super chat. What a legend, Ignian, genius, my friend, unbelievable. But yeah. So hopefully everyone got some feedback that they found useful. Like I said, my whole gimmick is I don't want to teach anyone how to paint like me. Hell, I don't know how to paint like me, really. Like, I have ideas and stuff, but I couldn't teach you how to paint. Like, I don't know. My whole goal is to help you paint like you. It's to help you illustrate like you. It's help you find your thing. Every single one of us has a voice. Every single one of us. We all have a style. It can't be taught. No one else can have it. We're born with it, literally. And then based on your upbringing, your life experiences, how much you practice. I don't even really believe in talent. I think talent is a bad word. I think talent makes people lazy. They think they don't have to work for it. It's a poison word. It poisons the well. You think you're good and you don't need to work, but everyone needs to put in the work. And as we've seen here today, everybody has put in the work. Everybody is on that road to improvement. Everybody deserves a huge round of applause for sharing their work online. That is not, especially in like a critique setting, it's not easy to do that. To put yourself out there in that way is mortifying. Okay? The bravery that you guys have, and especially for trusting me and being able to bring this to everybody, unbelievable. You all deserve a huge round of applause. So even with my G Fuel in my hand at 4 a.m, unbelievable, guys. Well done. We're going to do many more of these. Okay. So if you're on the Discord, keep hanging out on the Discord. If you want to join the Discord, this video and basically anything on my website is going to have a link to the Discord. I need to go on my website and make sure there's a link to it there. But yeah, we'd love to have you. We're going to do more of these. I know I'm going to actually start hitting up the Patreon a little bit more. It's only $1 a month. It never raises in price. You get absolutely everything. I'm going to put up more PSD files. I'm going to put up more of everything. I really need to focus on the Patreon because there's a lot of people that have helped me along the way. I think there's like 40 or 50 patrons right now, and I deserve to show them as much love as possible as well. So yeah, I am making a new brush pack. I am making a whole bunch of new projects. I am working on one of the things I can talk about. I am working on the 6th book of Percy Jackson for a few subscriber boxes and stuff. So working with Rick Riordan again, which is cool. There's a lot going on, man. A lot going on. But overall, I wanted to do something like this tonight. I wanted to do this. Maybe we'll do another one before the end of the year. That way people can have time to kind of digest the lessons, really make some huge strides, different strides, go different directions. It's ever evolving. So it's always fun to track that. So please join the community if you haven't already. Appreciate every single one of you. Hope that this worked out well. It was a lot of fun. I love doing it. That's why I can go for like 5+ hours. I'm in it to win it. You guys are the best. I can't wait to show you a few things that I'm working on. They're game changers. They're something completely different than what I've done. I've started dabbling in it a little bit on the streams, but like I don't think you guys are ready for what we're going to show. But anyway, that's my time. I will catch you on Wednesday. Stay safe. Have fun. Go get some sleep. Do the thing I don't do, which is sleep. Go get some rest. And and we'll talk to you guys next time. Deuces.